Fringes of the Mythos, with artwork by the great Colby Dahlstrom, link in the video description. The Crib of Hell by Arthur Pendragon. 1. What dark secret had driven Lawrence Cullum to the edge of nervous hysteria? What unutterable obligation had forced him to cry out for succor like an agonized madman? These, and other questions relevant to the desperate condition of the master of Cullum House, perplexed Dr. Nathan Buttrick as he clucked his team homeward through Penobscot Bridge on the fringe of Sabbath Day in northern New England. In other circumstances he might have been dozing, lulled by the cries of the nighthawks aloft and the peace of an upland twilight. But now, although his body craved sleep, his mind was vitally awake. Dr. Buttrick was baffled by the peculiar malady which made each day a living horror for Cullum. All the sedatives of the 1924 pharmacopoeia had failed to quell the anxiety which gnawed at the mind of his patient. In his frustration at the failure of the tablets and injections, the physician had even resorted to folk remedies whispered by black-gummed grandmothers in the hills back from the sea. Infusions of tea and henbane, petals of amaryllis held under the tongue. He had tried all the high-country nostrums which once he held in professional scorn. They were as futile in calming Cullum as the most advanced drugs the age could offer. As the feeble lights of Sabbath Day came into view around the granite mass of Gallowglass Hill, Buttrick reviewed once again the particulars of the case. Lawrence Cullum, age 47, afflicted with a cerebral aneurysm, a soft patch in a brain artery which might burst tomorrow, in 5 years or never. He was the last of the Cullum line, a prominent family begun by Draper Cullum, the leader of the 1706 expedition, which struck northward from Dunstable to find, on an August Sunday, the protected harbour on the North Atlantic, around which would grow the seacoast town of Sabbath Day. The Cullums had always been influential in the town, yet oddly retiring. Lawrence was the most hermetic of the lot. Since the death of his sister Emma and the diagnosis of his aneurysm, he had shut himself up in the grey New England Gothic mansion at the end of Wyndham Road. His controlling hand was still felt on many of the town's business affairs, but this was merely the ghost of the man. His physical presence was sequestered behind the grotesque archway of Cullum House, 2 enormous jawbones of a sperm whale erected during the tenancy of the last patriarch, Captain Hugh. These facts and the few pleasantries that Buttrick had exchanged with Cullum during the man's infrequent visits to town were all that the doctor knew of the Cullum heir before treatments for the aneurysm began, except for the grim scene on the night of Emma's death, 2 years before. The physician had been in attendance, accompanied by Cullum and most of the household staff. Buttrick would never forget the last words of Emma, spoken as she clutched her brother's arm in a white-knuckled hand. "Lawrence, you will keep the guardianship?" I shall, my dear," Cullum replied as a mad, trapped look appeared in his eyes. Then the life of the frail spinster eked out its last heartbeat, and Buttrick's usefulness had ended. The doctor heard nothing of Lawrence Cullum for 1.5 years after his sister's demise. Then came the midnight telephone call. Buttrick rolled groggily from his bed, expecting a summons to the side of any one of 3 wives who were awaiting childbirth. Instead, he was shocked into full awareness by an almost hysterical voice begging him to administer relief. Although years of medical practice had somewhat jaded his sensibility to human pain, Buttrick heard a voice so filled with a frantic tension that the listener himself became afraid in an unconscious resonance with the pleading tones. He whipped his team across the surly Penobscot River and along Wyndham Road, guided only by the chill light of a 3/4 moon. At the end of the headlong ride, he found Callum in a state of extreme anxiety within the mouldering drawing-room of the mansion. The earpiece of the telephone was still off its hook, as the man cowered in a great wing-chair, whimpering like an injured child in shocking contrast to the manliness of his 6-foot frame. Although he was wrapped in a dressing gown, Callum's trouser cuffs bore traces of drying mud. Buttrick quickly administered the standard dosage of a sedative. It had no effect. A second injection calmed Callum, or rather removed the physical manifestations of his hysteria. But even as the drug subdued his trembling, Callum retained a spark of horror in his eyes. Repeatedly, Buttrick questioned the sufferer about the cause of his alarming discomposure, and each time the gaunt-faced Callum had burrowed deeper into the plush of the wing-chair, mumbling under the sedation, "Can't say, mustn't say, no one must ever know, the guardianship." Despite himself, the physician felt a growing fear at the recurrence of that ominous term, first uttered in his hearing by the dying lips of Emma Callum. At last, the opiate calmed the man's chaotic nerves. With the aid of Amity, an aged Acadian manservant, the doctor wrestled the drugged weight onto a settee near the fire. He left a vial of tablets with the servant, and the assurance that he would visit his master on the next day. Then Buttrick returned to town, exhausted physically, but unable to quell the incessant questioning of his curiosity. What event or obsession could explain the mental disintegration of Callum? What arcane significance had that curious term muttered by Lawrence, even in his narcotic stupor? During the months of treatment which followed the first nighttime summons, the doctor had learned little else about the trouble at Callum House. He had diagnosed the aneurysm, but was certain that his patient's extreme nervousness and loss of weight were by no means related to his physical affliction. Rather, there was some obligation, burden, perhaps something in the house itself, under whose presence the mind of the Callum heir was slowly crumbling. Besides the strange terms spoken by both Emma and Lawrence, there was one other fact which increased the peculiarity of the case. Buttrick had noticed that Callum always avoided approaching a large tapestry hanging in the drawing-room, another remnant of the patriarchy of Captain Hugh. The subject and rendition were unsettling at first glance, a highly realistic depiction of a witch's Sabbath. The naked bodies of cabalistic women were ruddy in the glow from a fire which also illumined a bleeding victim. After a few visits, Buttrick had inured himself to the grisly scene, but Callum would never pass within 5 feet of the cloth. Sometimes the doctor had the uncomfortable conviction that his patient was listening to the tapestry, as though hearing the whickering laughter of the coven. Gradually, Buttrick resigned himself to the frustration of trying to quell a malady of the spirit by chemical means, a difficult task at best. With such a secretive, uncooperative patient, it was almost an impossibility. Such were the reflections of the toil-worn leech of Sabbath day, as he reined his team before the weathered frame bungalow from which his father had practiced before him. After stabling the horses, he ate a light supper, then willingly gave himself to his mattress with a side hope that no major illnesses or accidents would befall the populace of the village that night. His last conscious thought was not a prayer to his Creator, but a mindless repetition of the eldritch phrase so full of puzzlement and, in Emma's tones, a taint of evil, the guardianship. In late afternoon of the following day, Buttrick stood beneath the whale-jaw archway of Callum House, marvelling at the curving bone monoliths of this striking manifestation of the family's eccentricity. It was one of the 2 days of the week on which Callum was treated both for his aneurysm and for the frenzy attacking his nerves. Amity was waiting behind the door. He ushered the doctor into the dank coolness of the mansion. Once inside the entryway, the aged Acadian drew close to Buttrick and seized his elbow in a surprisingly strong grip, a liberty he had never before taken. "Monsieur le Docteur," he said hoarsely, "do not be surprised if the master he tell to you some strange thing today." There was a smile on the seamed lips, but the coldness of Amity's eyes removed all traces of amiability from his manner. "It is some time now that the master he has been saying strange thing that you should not believe. C'est la maladie. It is the sickness, nothing more." Buttrick was repelled by the servant's familiarity. During his visits to the house, he had found Amity a strange figure, given to eavesdropping impassively, as Callum made pitiful attempts at conversation with his physician. For some inexplicable reason, the presence of the Acadian always put Buttrick on his guard, as though the stooped valet carried with him a hint of evil. Certainly, the man added to the foreboding gloom of Cullum House. Buttrick pried his arm out of Amity's grip and strode quickly into the drawing-room. As was his habit, Callum was seated as far away from the tapestry as was physically possible. He rose unsteadily as the doctor entered the room. So good of you to come, Nathan," he said, although his mind was on the verge of splintering into 1,000 shards of madness. Automatically the air preserved the vestiges of a courtesy reserved for calmer spirits. Buttrick placed his bag on a richly damasked ottoman, inspecting his patient's appearance with a quick, professional glance. He was appalled by Callum's decline since the last visit. The man was wrapped in a crimson sitting robe that seemed made for a larger frame, so grievously had his body wasted under the bearing of his mental burden. The eyes were preternaturally bright, staring from dark sockets. Callum nervously plucked at the cord of the gown with a hand which shocked Buttrick by its resemblance to Emma's, blanched and with yellowed nails. The doctor had seen patients harbouring within them vile malignancies fall into such decay. But Callum's dissolution was the result of a mental cancer, which threatened to destroy both mind and body. It was moot which, soul or flesh, would perish first. Now the man seemed inflamed by a strange eagerness. He motioned Buttrick to close his bag and cleared his throat nervously. "I fear, Nathan, that I have not been the best of patients. All your medications, all your attentions, useless." He dismissed them with a wave of his blue-veined hand. "Nothing will relieve me. Nothing can ease the weight of this hideous charge I labour under." Callum stopped briefly and seemed to listen to the tapestry. Recovering his train of thought, he continued, Unless I somehow ease my mind of this guardianship." He spat the word out in mingled tones of fear and loathing. "Unless I tell the secret I shall die, and the secret shall die with me. And if I tell the secret shall die, and I shall die with it." Almost a conundrum, Buttrick? A true gnomic riddle, my friend? The physician rose to steady Callum, for his speech was assuming the peculiar cadence of madness. The man rallied, mumbling, "Not yet, not yet." In a moment, his face took on a grave cast, as he spoke in cooler, more ominous tones. "You must have suspected, Nathan, that the cause of my agony was exceedingly strange. The aneurysm," he tapped his temple, "it is nothing. We Callums have suffered more unusual maladies than that. My trouble lies deeper than the fragile flesh." The heir paused reflectively, then continued, I have studied as long as I could, endured under this hideous burden longer than I thought possible. I am not as strong as Emma was, not so much of a Callum perhaps, She was like my father, Captain Hugh, amazingly strong-willed. The secret of our family, horror, I know no other name for it, was safe with her while she lived. But 2 years, man, 2 years of ceaseless anxiety, and the last few months have been a waking terror." Patrick had been engrossed by Callum's narration, but suddenly he started. A sound, a muffled moan or cry, had issued from the direction of the cabalistic tapestry. Callum saw the doctor's apprehensive glance. "Not yet, my friend. Later you shall know all. For now, Nathan, hear me out." He flicked his hand at Amity, who was loitering in the door of the drawing-room. "That will be all, Amity. Go to your duties." The Acadian shuffled reluctantly into the bowels of the house. When his footsteps no longer sounded off the flaking walls of the passage, Callum resumed his monologue. "It is now time, Nathan, that you knew the well-kept secret of this house, for I shall tell you or die in the attempt. Only by sharing this intolerable weight have I any chance of keeping my sanity." His lips trembled as he fought to maintain calmness. "It is not easy to disburden oneself of such knowledge, but I must, despite the warning, or I shall most surely go mad. Be patient, Nathan, and let me tell it in my own way." Patrick settled uneasily into a sofa. For a moment he felt a sudden impulse to deny Callum the opportunity to tell his tale. Why should he, Nathan Patrick, participate in this secret? His precinct was the body, not the diseased mind. With its austere inhabitants and wild setting between the forest wastes and the sullen North Atlantic, Sabbath Day was eerie enough without compounding it by a knowledge of the secret of Callum House. But gradually, Patrick's professional instincts exerted themselves. If Callum did not gain some mental relief, either the torments he underwent would render him mad, or his aneurysm would burst under the strain. The doctor settled back and accepted a dark sherry from his patient's trembling hand. 2. "Nathan," said Callum, "have you ever heard the name Ligeia?" "Ligeia was the second wife, I believe, of your father, Captain Hugh," answered Patrick. "Yes, if she can be called a wife." Immediately, Patrick knew the reason for Callum's bitter statement. The doctor had been only a child when Ligeia came to Sabbath Day, yet the bizarre tales the townspeople told about her were preserved in his memory. After the death of his first wife, the mother of Lawrence and Emma, Captain Hugh Callum, had consigned his children to the care of a relative. He then embarked on his last voyage as master of the steamer Agunquit to the Baltic port of Riga. When he returned to Sabbath Day almost 2 years later, he brought with him the numerous spoils of Yankee trading and a mistress for Callum House, the dark Ligeia. Grotesque rumors about this woman soon sprang up amidst the villagers. Perhaps some originated in the mouths of goodwives who envied her exotic charms, for Ligeia was oddly beautiful, a tall woman with a luminous eastern complexion, sinuous in her movements, heavily accented in her speech. Ligeia's most distinctive feature was her long raven hair of a black deeper than the northern forest night. Whatever their origin, the stories about Ligeia soon were the common coin of conversation around the hearths of Sabbath Day. It was said that she had brought the nighthawks to Callum House. Before her coming, these nocturnal flyers had soared only over the backlands far from town. Now they roosted in the trees of the estate, trembling the night air with the beat of wings. More serious, some reported that Ligeia had been seen on Walpurgis night, wantoning naked through the woods at the fringe of town. One individual who had been abroad at that hour swore that a glowing cloud had passed in from the sea over Sabbath Day, and that voices could be heard mumbling in strange tongues from within the floating mass. An ancient dame who dwelt alone near Gallowglass Hill averred that Ligeia had spent many afternoons with the few Indian sachems still alive, the degenerate remainder of the Pequot tribe. This nearly extinct race, it was said, held powers over air and sea. The more intelligent of the townsfolk dismissed these tales as fantasies, yet all knew that Ligeia exerted a strange hold on Captain Hugh. The gruff skipper was quite deferential to her in public, a far cry from his callous treatment of his first wife. There were some who even noticed more than a touch of fear in his attitude toward the tall woman, whom he bore on his arm. However, in her public behavior the woman was impeccable, haughty of mien, knowledgeable in the social graces, distant yet polite. During the couple's visits to town, she comported herself as befitted the wife of a moneyed landowner. Only a few noted that occasionally she exchanged knowing glances with the most depraved of the town's moral outcasts. A year after her arrival in Sabbath Day, Ligeia was big with child. At this time, Hugh Callum ceased his frequent visits to town and seemed to enter retirement at the end of Wyndham Road. The village believed that he had secluded himself in deference to his wife's condition. Not a soul understood that behind the captain's bluff facade lay a spirit sorely harried by some knowledge which he could impart to no other person. Several days after her confinement was due to end, the news reached Sabbath Day that both Ligeia and her babe had perished in childbed. The father of Nathan Buttrick had been in attendance. In answer to the many queries, he replied that there was nothing he could have done, and divulged no other details of the tragedy. Nathan recalled that his father had been unusually silent for days after the event, as though meditating on some incomprehensible problem. Once, he had told his son that if he aspired to be a physician, there was something about the Callums that he should know in the future. But then the normal course of town life was resumed. The remains of Ligeia were cremated and transported to her native land, as she had wished. The small casket of the child took its place among the Callum ancestors in the family crypt, and Nathan Buttrick never heard the Callum secret from the lips of his father, for the man died of a heart seizure a few months later. "She was a witch, damn her eyes!" cried Callum. The air had become noticeably less calm toward the end of Buttrick's narration of the few facts he knew of Ligeia. Now a torrent of suppressed emotion broke forth. "And it is not dead. Do you hear? Not dead!" Buttrick leapt to restrain Callum, who seemed ready to run from the room. At the same moment, a hideous clamour issued from the direction of the tapestry, a scarcely human screeching, accompanied by thudding impacts, as though a body were hurling itself at the wall. "It heard! It heard!" raved Callum. He swung around and faced the cloth. "You cannot hold me in bondage any longer. The guardianship is at an end. At last, an end!" His final words choked off in a sob. Callum pitched into a faint on the settee. The vicious sounds from the tapestry grew in intensity until the cloth and the wall behind it trembled. Amity entered the room on the run, his features contorted with rage. Apparently, he had overheard the entire scene. "The weak pig," he snarled. "He has doomed us all. We are dead men, monsieur, dead men." He vanished down the hall, his footsteps giving way to the grind of a heavy door being swung on its hinges. In a few moments, Buttrick heard the crack of a bullwhip over the horrid ululations. A note of pain entered the screams. They tapered off into piteous whimpers until silence returned to Callum House. Buttrick knelt beside the heir, struggling to revive him. For a moment, he feared the aneurysm had burst, but the eyelids trembled, and slowly the man regained his senses. "Ah, the relief, Nathan," Callum sighed. "No longer a prisoner in my own house, no longer keeper of the vile heritage Emma passed on to me." "Great God, Lawrence!" cried Buttrick. "What have you hidden behind that wall?" "I could not describe it," he answered. "Walk to the tapestry. You shall see it for yourself." Buttrick moved unsteadily toward the rich cloth, his breathing suspended in anticipation of whatever was to occur. "Open the tapestry with the cord by your hand," directed Callum. The doctor grasped the weighted end of the cord. He closed his eyes for a moment, opened them, then tugged at the cord. The tapestry slid back smoothly across the wall. Beneath it, the wall was discolored but blank, except for a small glassed orifice at eye level. Buttrick hesitated. He glanced at Lawrence, who feebly motioned to him from the settee, then fixed his eye to the peephole. A low moan escaped the physician's lips as his hand came up to clutch his throat. The orifice gave a view through the thick wall into a smaller chamber behind the drawing-room. Immediately opposite was a heavy steel door with a similar peephole and a sturdy grating at the bottom, through which a man might crawl, were it open. Gnawed bones and a basin of water lay before the grille, which was apparently an opening for inserting food into the chamber. A greyish light emanated from tiny, clerestory windows along two sides beneath the ceiling. Knots of thread-like filaments, black, brown, and yellow, littered the floor. Crouched in the far corner was the tenant of this chamber, a spectre so inhuman that Buttrick's vision momentarily blurred from the shock. It hulked, panting on its hands, a living human torso, if such a distortion of man's form can be designated thusly. Raven hair fell in hanks and tangles from a misshapen skull. Bright, feverish eyes glared out from beneath the shaggy brows. From the face projected only a rudimentary nose, its nostrils dilating as an animal would breathe. The lips were tensed in a snarl, revealing discolored teeth more like the fangs of a carnivore. The thing was naked, save for a ragged breechclout tied about its middle. The torso showed superhuman muscular development, arms as thick as fence posts, a barrel chest partly covered by a pelt. The lower extremities were piteously withered, dragging behind the upper body. Yet that monstrous form carried itself to and fro in the chamber with remarkable agility, supporting its weight on the arms and talon-like hands. As it lunged from one corner to the other, the creature sounded an ominous murmur from deep within its dark breast. "Oh, my dear God," whispered Buttrick, unbelieving before the grisly sight. He had seen men mangled by awful accidents in the logging camps, and even the pitiable distortions of infant bodies in stillbirths, but never had the physician's entire consciousness writhed before such a gross malformation of the human body. He slumped weakly against the wall beside the peephole. "What is it, Lawrence?" he asked. Where did it come from?" "Now you realize the desperate burden I've carried these months, Nathan," replied Callum. "That thing has been in our charge since the death of my father's second wife. It is Ligeia's hell-child." As he watched Buttrick's reaction to the spectacle behind the tapestry, a transformation overcame Callum. He seemed more in control of himself, as though the sharing of the secret with another not in the bloodline had relieved a great pressure within his spirit. Seeing Buttrick's revulsion, Callum had the presence of mind to fill another glass from the squat ship's decanter and offer the stimulant to the doctor, who had moved slowly away from the wall like a sleepwalker. "Sit down, Nathan, and calm yourself," ordered the heir. "I'm sure you must have many questions about our bad seed." When Buttrick had composed himself, Callum spoke volubly about the origin of the chamber dweller. The doctor listened as his host told him of Ligeia's dying threat to the house of Callum. Unless they maintained her infant in secrecy until its maturity, they would perish. The guardianship, as she called it, must be passed from member to member. Only death could release a guardian who was responsible for the care and nourishment of the creature. They would know, Ligeia said, when the child no longer needed their protection. Captain Hugh Callum had always scoffed at superstitions and curses, but suddenly the occult had come under his own eaves in the presence of that incredible child, surrounded by a brooding evil even then in its infancy. He knew that he had not fathered such a monster. Gradually, the conviction grew within his mind that Ligeia had consorted with a spirit of darkness, and that the babe was the token of their devilish love. Captain Hugh would allow the child no baptism. It was placed in the strong room behind the main parlour, a chamber which the guardians came to call, sardonically, the crib. From that time forward, the tenant of that dark room behind the tapestry was known as the Hell Child. And so, Nathan, if Ligeia's words were true, then you're listening to a dead man. The guardian who betrays the secret must die, you know. "Superstitious nonsense," cried Buttrick, who had recovered from his initial shock. "Why, look at you, man. You're more relaxed than I've seen you in months. Now, Lawrence, I can't yet explain that thing in there, or why it survived so long despite its grave malformation, but it must have a natural explanation. I admit that at first I was shocked. It's a hideous thing, yet I can see nothing that you should fear in it. Perhaps we can arrange for an institution to take over its care, relieving you of the burden. As to its being a hell child, really, Lawrence, I'd expect this type of thinking more of an upland farmer than the Callum heir." "That is because you do not fully understand the terrible threat of the creature," cried Callum. "It must be destroyed, Nathan, before it can commit more of its evil. It's just begun, I tell you." Buttrick put out his hand to steady Callum, who was becoming agitated again. "What evil? What are you talking about, Lawrence?" "Do you remember that first night I called you? How frantic I was?" The doctor nodded. "And you remember Rupel Oldham?" Buttrick involuntarily winced. Oldham had been found lying in a foot of stagnant water near a fire road through Mohegan Swamp. Buttrick had signed the death certificate of the aged muskrat trapper. The body had been badly mutilated, and a look of utter horror was indelibly stamped on the face. "You don't mean that?" asked Buttrick, pointing toward the wall. Callum nodded. "It broke out," he said helplessly. "We had underestimated its strength, and it burst through the wooden door, which the steel door you saw later replaced. Amity and I followed it as quickly as we could. It was dark. The spring rains had muddied the ground." Callum's voice became dreamy as he relived the gruesome event. "At first Amity and I didn't know where to look. We stood in the drive, he with the bullwhip, and myself carrying the lantern. It could have gone off in any direction. But then we heard the nighthawks crying over Mohegan Swamp in the valley behind the estate. A terrible, fierce sound. They were swarming and diving as though mad. We ran through the forest on the fire road. The sound of the birds got louder, more shrill, until we could see against the grey sky the place over which they were swarming. I remember wishing that I had had the presence of mind to bring a pistol, but then the light from the lantern showed us its form ahead. Oh, Nathan, Oldham had come down to check his traps, and it caught him there in the mud and scummy water. When we ran up, it was feeding. Amity lashed it with the whip, and it drew back. I saw that we could do nothing for Oldham. The expression on his face, terrible. Between the two of us, we drove the creature back to the house and into the crib. It was more docile then, feared the bite of the whip more than now. Callum paused and wet his lips with the sherry. But the atrocity so unsettled me that I had to call you for relief, or I would have lost my mind. We should have recognized this murderous act as an unmistakable sign that it was approaching its maturity, Nathan. But we thought the killing of Oldham was an accident, a chance encounter. No more than a month later, Arnold, my groundskeeper, passed away. He was the last of the servants, save Amity. At night, the beast broke out again. I was awakened by the nighthawks massing over the house. The coffin lay within the parlour. That thing had overturned it and was tearing, slashing. Callum clenched his fists in agony. Do you understand what I've been living with, Nathan? Do you wonder that my nerves are gone? Buttrick stirred uncomfortably. He was being drawn into the macabre web of Callum's narration. The doctor began to feel unsafe, sitting only a few yards away from the tapestry. How many times had he entered the decaying drawing-room to treat the master of Callum House, oblivious to the existence of a horror separated from him by only a few inches of plaster and lath? We then knew, continued Callum, that its ghastly appetite had been whetted. We realized that these events were not mere chance. The evil thing mothered by my father's second wife, I cannot call her my stepmother, had reached its maturity. For a week after we interred Arnold, it screamed. I shall hear its cries until my ears are stopped by death. Ravenous, ferocious howls which sounded even beyond the walls of the house. Amity and his bullwhip could not control it. And I stuffed my ears with cotton, took laudanum, drank myself into unconsciousness. Everything failed. That hideous keening could not be suppressed. It was then, at the end of my wits, that I made the decision for which, if ever a man were damned, I shall be. I had to stop the screaming, Nathan. Do you understand that? Buttrick shook his head slowly, scarce daring to consider what awful revelation he would hear next. I ordered Amity. Even now I cannot bring myself to pronounce the words. Callum fought visibly to control his rising emotion. He sprang from the settee and paced the room. Amity, in addition to being my only servant, is also, he blurted the words out, custodian of the Sabbath-day burial ground. Do you understand my meaning? Then the bones in the chamber, and those fibres, hanks of hair? Buttrick asked incredulously. How many evenings have I slumped in that very chair, listening to that beast at its unholy supper? How often have I considered suicide, anything to free me of this vile guardianship? Even Amity has become infected by it. I truly believe he enjoys tending the creature and disciplining it with his bullwhip. He derives a sense of power from those duties. The old man thinks me weak and scorns me because my nerves cannot stand the strain. But what a burden! God help me, I am the protector of a ghoul! A long silence followed the impassioned confession. The room had become oppressively thick-atmosphered. Buttrick opened the French doors which led to a terrace and thence the drive. The sky was yet aglow, and only the drone of frogs at Mohegan Swamp heralded the approach of night. The birds roosting in the trees about the house had not yet begun their darkling flights. The doctor turned and addressed Callum. Is there any danger that it will break out again, Lawrence? The steel door has thus far resisted its attempts, he replied. Occasionally it hurls itself at the door for an hour at a time. Its ferocity is appalling, but the door and its frame remain fast. The air sighed deeply. Yet A mere steel door cannot be sufficient to hold such a malignant evil. It must be destroyed, Nathan, and quickly. I can no longer protect the town from its appetite. And now that I have discovered the Callum secret to you, I feel that if we do not act soon, the thing will be at large, with no one to stop it. For it heard me betray it, I am sure, and craves my death." Buttrick was convinced. Now his mind no longer operated in accord with the civilized virtues of reason and mercy. His own experience that day at Callum House, and his host's desperate words, had brought to life within him the savage's fear of the unknown. He agreed to assist in the extermination of the creature, and swore that no word of the proceedings would ever pass his lips. Since Callum assured him that he could spend another night in the house with the Hell-Child, Buttrick decided to return to Sabbath day. On the morrow, he would return to the estate to plan the destruction and interment of the beast, for they would need daylight to dig its unholy resting place. On the portico of the mansion beneath the arched jawbones, Callum seized Buttrick's hand in a firm grip. "I only wish my father had taken this course in the beginning," he said. "Then perhaps he, Emma, and myself would have been spared the blight which has sapped our lives." He ran his hand along the cool ivory of the curving white monoliths. "I know that, wherever he is, my father approves the action we must take." Buttrick nodded in silent agreement. He bade the air a good night and turned his team onto the darkness of Wyndham Road. As he left the grounds of the estate, the nighthawks were beginning their evening clamour. Their rasping cries banished the peace of the autumn evening. 3. After his return to the bungalow, the doctor lay sleepless, distracted by vivid mental phantasms of what he had heard and witnessed that evening. Each time he closed his eyes, the scene in the crib flashed across the screen of his conscious mind in all its loathsome detail. He could not erase from his memory the glowering countenance of the Hell-Child, a face so evil it seemed impossible that flesh and bone could be tortured into receiving the stamp of such malignancy. Buttrick could well understand why Captain Hugh had disclaimed parentage of the child. And now Buttrick himself had been drawn into the Callum horror. He had sworn to aid in the destruction of a thing which might still bear within it a spark of humanity, despite Callum's heated denials and the mystery of its parentage. Vicious, instinctively homicidal, yes, but was this enough, he asked himself? Enough cause to betray a greater oath? That one which bound Nathan Buttrick to use his skills only for the preservation of life? It was a quandary, and the man writhed under the weight of his contradictory obligations. The doctor had thus lain staring at the slowly rising patch of moonlight on his wall for 3 hours, when the telephone beside his bed rang. With a sudden clairvoyance, Buttrick knew that this was no ordinary call summoning him to the sickbed of a villager. He swung out of the bed and snatched the earpiece from the hook. The voice of Lawrence Callum dinned in his ear. "Nathan, come quickly, man. We can't hold it. It's breaking out of the crib." Over Callum's voice came the sound of splintering wood and a ravening ululation such as never sprang from human throat. The telephone crashed to the floor as Buttrick leapt to struggle into his clothes. He vaulted across the yard to the barn, scarce feeling the bite of the early hoarfrost. With frantic speed, he harnessed the team and urged them out of their warm quarters into the chill darkness of the road, where the moon hardly penetrated the roof of overhanging trees. 5 minutes after the call, the wild-eyed horses lunged through the shadows of Penobscot Bridge onto the gravel of Wyndham Road. Although the doctor was a good master to his animals, now he whipped them cruelly. He called the 2 mares by name, hurling imprecations foreign to his lips in an effort to gain more speed. Black masses of maple and oak lashed by, their sharp twig ends striking blood from Buttrick's face when the surrey veered too close to the road's edge. Twice it seemed that all, horses, surrey, and driver, must surely fall to perdition, so headlong was their flight in rounding curves where granite outcroppings changed the road's direction. If a goodman of the town had been abroad at that hour, he would have crossed himself in utter terror at the approach of the flying team and whipman. It seemed an age to Buttrick, but at last the lights of Callum House glimmered through the thickets ahead. At the stone pillars which marked the entrance to the estate, the horses shied, nearly throwing the doctor from his seat. The whip cracked once, twice, but they would not enter. The team stood ready to bolt in the face of a terror which their senses could detect, even at that far remove. Cursing, Buttrick leapt down from the surrey and made for the house afoot. The rains of early autumn had washed innumerable gullies into the clay of the drive. Several times he stumbled, almost twisting an ankle beneath him. Over the sound of his laboured breathing came a confusion of high-pitched cries. The nighthawks were swarming above the house in a dense cloud. Their mass eclipsed the light of the moon as they climbed to an apogee, plummeted suicidally toward the ground, then arced upwards. All about him the doctor heard the beat of their wings. Nearing the great house, Buttrick saw that the French doors which he had opened in another world, it seemed, were still ajar. The parlour within was lighted. Sobbing from his exertions, he lurched onto the terrace and leaned against the door-frame. "Lawrence!" he cried. "Lawrence, where are you?" The doctor's gaze slowly swept the room. The ottoman on which he had set his bag that afternoon lay on its side, the stuffing exposed through a long rent in the fabric. On the far wall, the tapestry hung in folds from one of its corners. Beneath, the discoloured area of the wall framed a gaping hole partially obstructed with shards of plaster and fang-like laths. By main force, the captive behind that wall had clawed and butted its way out of the crib. Buttrick stepped into the room, aghast at the wreckage of the once sumptuous chamber. From behind an overturned sofa, a moan broke the stillness, more like a sigh than an expression of pain. Callum lay crumpled against the wall, hurled there by the inhuman force of the thing, as it rushed from its confinement. "Lawrence, are you all right, man?" cried the physician. There was a deep gash on Callum's brow. See to Amity. In the hole. I'm afraid it caught him, Nathan." Buttrick found the Acadian halfway down the hallway, which led to the steel door of the crib. The hell-child had seized him at his middle and dashed him fatally against the floor. Beside the dead servant lay the bullwhip, a puny weapon against a force of such unutterable malevolence. The doctor returned quickly to attend Callum. The shock of the events could prove dangerous to the aneurysm. The weak spot of the brain artery might rupture from the slightest stress. But the air indicated dazedly that he was unharmed, except for the head wound. "It went outside," whispered Callum. "I could hear it scrabbling about on the portico before you came. Thank God it stopped screaming. I could not bear that sound another minute." "Are there any firearms in the house?" asked Buttrick. "Only an ancient pistol which failed me." Callum pointed to an old handgun lying at the middle of the floor. "I tried to fire at it as it came through the wall, but the mechanism was rusty from age. The beast flicked me off like a doll and went for Amity, perhaps because he took so much pleasure in whipping it. But it will return to finish me, Nathan, because it has now matured and needs its guardian no longer." Callum smiled weakly as a wistful expression fixed itself upon his pallid face. "If death is the price of freedom from that child of the pit, then I shall pay it gladly," he said. Buttrick suddenly stiffened. Somewhere beyond the open doors of the entryway, he heard the sound of deep animal respirations. A growl loosed itself from a savage throat. "I must close and bar those doors," the doctor muttered to himself, for Callum had lapsed into an almost trance-like state. He grasped a heavy poker and walked carefully through the hall. "If it comes at me," he thought, "I must slash at the eyes. The eyes." The main doors of the house stood thrown open to the night. Although it now rode the tree-tops, the moon illumined the steps up which Buttrick would have raced had he not entered through the French doors. The cries of the ominous birds had ceased. They roosted in the elms and oaks, as though awaiting a climactic event. The doctor peered out onto the lawn, keeping well within the shadows of the entryway. Nothing stirred. He stepped into the doorframe and quickly scanned right and left. Again, there was only the wash of moonlight on the lawn and long deserted walks. No sound was audible, except an occasional chirrup from the trees. Buttrick exhaled slowly. It seemed that the thing had run off, perhaps to Mohegan Swamp, where it had claimed its first victim. This was work for a search party in the morning, not for a middle-aged physician unarmed except for a poker. Wiping his brow against his sleeve, Buttrick stepped onto the portico beneath the massive jawbones. The moon caught the whiteness of the eccentric archway. He ran his palm along the ivory smoothness, grateful for a touch of cool solidity. Standing there for a moment, the man seemed to gain strength from the contact of his hand with the curving pillars of bone. On the steps of the mansion, he took a final surveying glance over the grounds, unwilling to stray farther from the light. All was quiet. "We will run the beast to earth in the bogs come sun-up," he thought. "Surely it cannot escape us there." Suddenly, the trees at the edge of the estate swayed at their tops as the nighthawks again winged aloft. The doctor's calmness left him. He started up the steps to regain the relative security of the house. But as he mounted the last step, his eyes caught a dark mass hulking at the very top of the arch, where the whalebones intersected. At the same moment, a guttural cry which seemed to tremble the entire portico pealed down at him. Buttrick's head snapped up. On the peak of the arch, balanced on its claw-like hands, crouched the Hell-Child. Its long, snarled hair cascaded down over the joint where the tops of the bones were clamped together. The fantastically developed shoulder and arm muscles knotted as the creature prepared to hurl itself downward upon Buttrick. In the split second it took his arm to bring the poker up, he realized that the thing had expected him to enter through the main door when he arrived in answer to Callum's call for help. It had climbed to the top of the arch, hidden there by the shadow of the eaves, in order to fall upon him as he entered the house. Then all thought ceased for Nathan Buttrick, as he saw the macabre figure let go the top of the arch and launch itself at him with a bellow. The poker flashed sideways in a vicious arc, aimed at the point in space where the eye should have been at that moment. But it smote the empty air. For as Buttrick began his stroke, the long, raven hair of the beast caught in the ironwork which braced the top of Hugh Callum's arch. The momentum of its lunge carried the Hell-Child clear of the ivory columns. It plummeted downward for the merest fraction of a heartbeat. Then a terrible jerk ceased its plunge. It swung between the columns like a grotesque marionette, hanging by its own matted hair. The doctor could not breathe as he gaped at the frantic contortions of the creature. The cruel arms flailed and beat the air as it struggled to haul itself back to the top of the arch. From that brutish throat came a scream of incredible fury. The face grimaced from pain and rage. Flecks of foam spotted the snarling lips. For a moment, it seemed that the hair surely must part, unable to support such a weight. But then a report like a muffled gunshot stilled the writhing of that hideous form. Its neck broken, the Hell-Child hung limply above the steps of the house it had terrorized through the long decades. Unstrung by the terrible self-execution he had witnessed, Buttrick fell to his knees on the floor of the portico. For minutes he sagged there, his fingers still gripping the haft of the useless poker. The trembling, which shook his entire frame, gradually subsided. Suddenly remembering the wounded heir who lay inside, he roused himself and entered the house. Callum was sitting as before, propped against the wall. His face was ashen, but his eyes glimmered with surprise as Buttrick knelt beside him. You're alive, Nathan," he whispered. "Does the beast still live?" The doctor quickly related the grisly death of the Hell-Child. It was apparent to him that his friend was falling into a decline from which he would never recover. The aneurysm had been fatally disturbed by the night's events. "Then I am free!" cried Callum. "At long last free of that terrible presence. Ah, liberty! Blessed, blessed liberty!" The voice of the air trailed off in a final sob. Buttrick gently placed a pillow beneath the still head and closed the eyes. The master of Callum House, the last guardian of the Hell-Child, was dead. For a long time the physician stood in the shambles of the parlour, trying to fathom some meaning in what he had experienced. 2 corpses lay in that silent mansion. Beneath the whale-jaw archway hung the carcass of the family's child of darkness, claimed by this architectural whim of its first guardian. The grim sequence of events was too unsettling to comprehend. But now it was time for action. Impelled by some allegiance which endured even the death of the last Callum, the doctor resolved never to divulge the horror in which he had participated. Crawling into the crib through the broken wall, he cleaned the chamber of all traces of the Hell-Child's occupancy. On the portico he cut down the monstrous body and loaded it onto the surrey. Buttrick inched the surrey down the dark fire road to Mohegan Swamp. In a desolate reach of the bog he interred the remains of the vicious life which had brought Callum House to ruin. Only then did he call the Sabbath-day constable. The account which that officer received was deliberately intended to excite no undue curiosity. As Buttrick told it, he had received a night-time call from the ear requesting medication for his condition. Near the end of their conversation, the line abruptly went dead. Upon his arrival at the house, he found that apparently a burglar of considerable strength had slain Amady. Callum had been struck once, as the single gash on his brow testified. The blow had fatally aggravated his aneurysm. Foiled by the steel door of the strong-room behind the parlour, the thief and murderer had broken through the wall into the chamber. But he found no treasure, for the room had not been used for years. No person in Sabbath-day, not even the investigating constable, questioned the veracity of the doctor's explanation. Nathan Buttrick hid within himself the memory of that ghastly night at Callum House until death eased him of the woeful burden. Now, residents of the village rarely speak of the Callum tragedy. Since there were no heirs, the great house reverted to Windham County and was razed for its timbers. In the town cemetery, the Callum family crypt is sealed forever, and the Sabbath-day burial ground is a place of peace, embraced on all sides by the northern forest. But in Mohegan Swamp, the nighthawks disturb the twilight calm. They have inhabited the lowlands since the pulling down of Callum House. At sundown, while the main flock wheels and cries over the brackish water, a few night flyers roost atop a curious mound near the shoulder of a fire road through the swamp. Each year, the mound grows somewhat higher. The forest warden who first noticed the growth believed it to be merely a subterranean tangle of living willow roots sent out by the trees which overhang the bog. Yet the birds who frequent the hillock utter strange, fervid cries, as if urging on the evolution of something within the peculiar pile. It is unlikely that the mound will stir the curiosity of the townsfolk. Whatever phenomenon is at work will reach completion undisturbed. Hydra by Henry Kuttner. 1. There are sacraments of evil as well as of good about us, and we live and move to my belief in an unknown world, a place where there are caves and shadows and dwellers in twilight. It is possible that man may sometimes return on the track of evolution, and it is my belief that an awful lore is not yet dead. Arthur Machen. 2 men died, possibly 3. So much is known. The tabloids ran flaming headlines telling of the mysterious mutilation and death of Kenneth Scott, noted Baltimore author and occultist, and later they capitalized similarly on the disappearance of Robert Ludwig, whose correspondence with Scott was well known in literary circles. The equally strange and even more ghastly death of Paul Edmund, while separated from the scene of the Scott horror by the width of a continent, was clearly connected with it. This was shown by the presence of a certain much-discussed object, which was found clutched in Edmund's rigid hands, and which the credulous claim caused his death. While the solution is improbable, it is nevertheless true that Paul Edmund bled to death because his carotid artery was severed, and it is also true that there are features about the case difficult to explain in the light of present-day science. The tabloids made a great deal of Edmund's diary, and even conventional papers found it difficult to handle that unusual document in a fashion that would not lay them open to the charge of yellow journalism. The Hollywood Citizen News solved the problem for its contemporaries by quoting the least fantastic portions of the diary, and hinting plainly that Edmund had been a fiction writer, and that the man's notes had never been intended as a truthful summary of events. The privately printed pamphlet on the sending out of the soul, which played so important a part in the diary, seems to be of purely fictional origin. None of the local booksellers has heard of it, and Mr. Russell Hodgkins, California's most noted bibliophile, declares that the title in the volume must have originated in the mind of the ill-fated Paul Edmund. Yet, according to Edmund's diary and certain other papers and letters discovered in his desk, it was this pamphlet which caused Ludwig and Edmund to undertake the disastrous experiment. Ludwig had decided to visit his California correspondent, making a leisurely voyage from New York by way of the Panama Canal. The Carnatic docked on August 15th, and Ludwig spent several hours wandering through San Pedro. It was there, in a musty swap shop, that he bought the pamphlet on the sending out of the soul. When the young man arrived at Edmund's Hollywood apartment, he had the booklet with him. Both Ludwig and Edmund were deeply interested in the occult. They had dabbled in witchcraft and demonology as a result of their acquaintance with Scott, who possessed one of the best occult libraries in America. Scott was a strange man. Slender, sharp-eyed, and taciturn, he spent most of his time in an old brownstone house in Baltimore. His knowledge of esoteric matters was little short of phenomenal. He had read the Chaya ritual, and in his letters to Ludwig and Edmund had hinted at the real meanings behind the veiled hints and warnings in that half-legendary manuscript. In his great library were such names as Sinistrari, Zancherius, and the ill-famed Gougenot de Musso. And in his library safe he had, it was rumoured, an immense scrapbook filled with excerpts copied from such fantastic sources as the Book of Karnak, the monstrous 60 Stone, and the blasphemous Elder Key, of which only 2 copies are reputed to exist on Earth. It was little wonder, therefore, that the 2 students were anxious to tear aside the veil and view the astounding mysteries of which Scott hinted so cautiously. In his diary, Edmund confessed that his own curiosity was the direct cause of the tragedy. Yet it was Ludwig who bought the booklet and pored over it with Edmund in the latter's apartment. Certainly, Edmund described the pamphlet plainly enough, and it is strange, therefore, that no bibliophile could identify it. According to the diary, it was quite small, about 4 by 5 inches, bound in coarse brown paper, and yellowed and crumbling with age. The printing, in 18th century type with a long S, was crudely done, and there was neither a dateline nor a publisher's imprint. There were 8 pages, 7 of them filled with what Edmund called the usual banal sophisms of mysticism, and on the last page were the specific directions for what would nowadays be known as projecting one's astral. The general process was familiar to both students. Their researches had informed them that the soul, or in modern occult language, astral body, is supposed to be an ethereal double or ghost capable of projection to a distance. But the specific directions, finding these was unusual, nor did they seem difficult to follow. Edmund has purposely been vague about these preparations, but one gathers that the 2 students visited several chemists before obtaining the ingredients needed. Where they secured the cannabis indica later discovered on the scene of the tragedy is a mystery, but not, of course, one impossible of solution. On August 15th, Ludwig, apparently without Edmund's knowledge, wrote to Scott by airmail, describing the pamphlet and its contents, and asking for advice. On the night of August 18th, approximately half an hour after Kenneth Scott received Ludwig's letter, the 2 younger cultists undertook their disastrous experiment. 2. Later, Edmund blamed himself. In the diary, he mentions Ludwig's uneasiness, as though the latter sensed some hidden danger. Ludwig suggested postponing the trial for a few days, but Edmund laughed at his fears. It ended with the 2 placing the required ingredients in a brazier and kindling the mixture. There were other preparations, too, but Edmund is quite vague. He makes 1 or 2 furtive references to the 7 lamps and the infracolor, but nothing can be made of these terms. The 2 had decided to attempt projection of their astral bodies across the continent. They would attempt communication with Kenneth Scott. One can detect a tinge of youthful vanity in this. Cannabis indica formed one of the ingredients of the mixture in the brazier. That has been ascertained by analysis. It was the presence of this Indian drug which led so many to believe that the later entries in Edmund's diary were evolved from nothing more tangible than the fantasies of an opium or hashish dream, directed along the curious channels they took merely because of the student's preoccupation with those things at the time. Edmund dreamed he saw Scott's house in Baltimore, but it must be remembered that he had been staring at a photograph of that house which he had placed on the table before him, and he was consciously willing to go there. Nothing is more logical, therefore, than that Edmund simply dreamed what he wanted to dream. But Ludwig had the identical vision, or at least so he stated afterward, unless Edmund, in that entry, lied. It is the opinion of Professor Perry L. Lewis, a recognized expert on dream phenomena, that Edmund, during his hashish vision, spoke of his illusions aloud, with no conscious intention of so doing, nor any later memory of it, and that Ludwig, as in a hypnotic trance, simply saw the phantasms Edmund's words conjured up in his mind. Edmund states in his diary that after watching the burning contents of the brazier for some minutes, he fell into a state of somnolent trance, in which he saw his surroundings clearly, but with certain curious alterations which can only be attributed to the action of the drug. The marijuana smoker may see a tiny whole bedroom metamorphose itself into a huge vaulted chamber. Similarly, Edmund stated that the room in which he sat seemed to enlarge. Oddly, however, the growth was of a strangely abnormal type. The geometry of the room gradually became all wrong. Edmund stresses this point without attempting to explain it. Just when the shifting became noticeable he does not mention, but presently he found himself in the midst of a chamber which, although recognizably his own, had changed until it centered at a certain point. The notes are almost incoherent here. Edmund obviously found it difficult to describe what he saw in his vision. All the lines and curves of the room, he insists with odd emphasis, seemed to point at one specific spot, the brazier where the mixture of drugs and chemicals was smouldering. Very faintly, a persistent ringing came to his ears, but this dwindled and at last died away altogether. At the time, Edmund thought the sound due to the effects of the drug. It was not until later that he learned of Scott's frantic efforts to reach him by means of long-distance telephone. The shrill ringing grew fainter and faded into silence. Edmund was of an experimental turn of mind. He tried to shift his gaze to specific objects he remembered, a vase, a lamp, a table, but the room seemed to possess an indescribable viscid fluidity, so that he found his stare inevitably slipping along warped lines and curves until he was again watching the brazier. And it was then that he became conscious of something unusual taking place at that spot. The mixture no longer smouldered. Instead, a strange crystal formation was building itself up within the brazier. This object Edmund found impossible to describe. He could only say that it seemed a continuation of the warped lines of the room, carrying them beyond the point where they centered. Apparently unconscious of the insanity of such a concept, he goes on to say that his eyes began to ache as he watched the crystalline object, but he could not turn away his gaze. The crystal drew him. He felt an abrupt and agonizing suction. There was a high-pitched thrumming in the air, and suddenly he was drifting with increasing velocity toward the thing in the brazier. It sucked him in, such is Edmund's inexplicable phrase. He felt a moment of incredible cold, and then a new vision rose up before him. Grey fog and instability. Edmund stressed this curious feeling of flux, which he declared existed within himself. He felt, he says oddly, like a cloud of smoke, wavering and drifting aimlessly. But when he glanced down, he saw his own body fully clothed and apparently quite substantial. Now, a dreadful feeling of uneasiness began to oppress his mind. The fog thickened and whirled. The nightmare, causeless fear familiar to the opium taker clutched him in its grip. Something, he felt, was approaching, something utterly horrible and frightful in its potent menace. Then, quite suddenly, the fog was gone. Far beneath him, he saw what at first he took to be the sea. He was hanging unsupported in empty air, and a surging greyness shimmered and crawled from horizon to horizon. The fluctuating leaden surface was dotted and speckled with round, dark blobs. These were innumerable. Without conscious volition, he felt himself drawn down vertically, and as he approached the mysterious greyness, he saw it more clearly. He could not determine its nature. It seemed merely a sea of grey slime, protoplasmic and featureless. But the dark blobs became recognizable as heads. Into Edmund's mind flashed the memory of a narrative he had once read, written in the 12th century by the monk Alberico, and purporting to be the record of a descent into hell. Like Dante, Alberico had seen the torments of the damned. The blasphemers, he wrote in his stilted, pedantic Latin, had been immersed to their necks in a lake of molten metal. Edmund remembered Alberico's description now. Then he saw that the heads were not those of beings partly submerged in the grey slime. Instead, they were homogeneous with the greyness. They grew from it. Edmund's fear had left him. With oddly detached curiosity, he scanned the fantastic surface below. There were human heads bobbing and nodding from the grey sea, uncountable thousands of them. But by far the greater number of the heads were not human. Some of these latter bore traces of the anthropoid, but others were scarcely recognizable as living objects. For the heads lived. Their eyes stared with awful agony. Their lips writhed in soundless laments. Tears coursed down the sunken cheeks of many. Even the horribly inhuman heads, bird-like, reptilian, monstrous things of living stone and metal and vegetable matter, showed traces of the unceasing torment that gnawed at them. Down toward the ghastly horde, Edmund was drawn. Again, blackness enveloped him. It was transitory, but as he emerged from momentary unconsciousness, he felt, he says, curiously changed. Something had happened to him during that fateful period of darkness. There seemed to be a cloudy vagueness shadowing his mind, so that he viewed his surroundings darkly and through a kind of haze. In this new vision, he seemed to be high in the air above a silent, moonlit city and rapidly moving downward. There was a full moon, and by its light he recognized the old brownstone house toward which he was descending. It was Kenneth Scott's home, made familiar to him by the photograph. A vague thrill of triumph warmed him. The experiment, then, had succeeded. The house loomed up before him. He was hovering outside an open, unlighted window. Peering in, he recognized the slender form of Kenneth Scott seated at a desk. The occultist's lips were tightly compressed, and a worried scowl darkened his face. A great book with yellowed parchment pages was open before the man, who was studying it carefully. Occasionally, his worried eyes would turn to the telephone on the desk beside him. Edmund made an attempt to call to Scott, and the latter looked up, staring through the window. Instantly, a shocking change transformed Scott's face. The man seemed to become quite insane with fear. He sprang up from the desk, overturning his chair, and simultaneously Edmund felt an impelling urge dragging him forward. What happened after that is confused and hazy. Edmund's notes are fragmentary at this point, and it is only possible to gather that Edmund was in the room and pursuing the frantic Scott in a fashion that was inexplicable and utterly abnormal. He was flowing, and Scott was caught and engulfed, and here Edmund's notes break off utterly, as though he had been overcome by remembrance of the episode. Merciful blackness swallowed Edmund then, but there was one more flashing vision before the dream faded and was gone. Again, he seemed to be outside Scott's window, swiftly retreating into the night, and through the open square of yellow radiance was visible part of Scott's desk, and the crumpled body of the man himself lying on the carpet beyond it. At least Edmund assumed that it was Scott's body, for either the man was lying with his head doubled at an impossible angle out of sight beneath his torso, or else he was headless. That ended the dream. Edmund awoke to find the room in darkness, and Ludwig stirring sleepily nearby. Both students were distracted and overwrought. They argued excitedly for some time, with occasional semi-hysterical outbursts, and Ludwig revealed that his vision had been identical with Edmund's. It is a pity that neither of them took the trouble to analyze the situation and look for a logical explanation, but both, of course, were mystics and thoroughly credulous. The telephone rang. An impatient operator asked if Edmund would receive a call from Baltimore. She had, she said, been ringing the apartment for some time without getting a response. Edmund cut her off abruptly and requested that the connection be put through. But this could not be done. The operator at the Baltimore Exchange reported that her party did not answer, and, after a futile exchange of questions, Edmund hung up. It was then Ludwig confessed to writing Scott, bemoaning the reticence that had made him refrain from telling the Baltimore occultist the purpose of the experiment, the destination to which the astrals were directed. Nor were their fears calmed by the discovery of the object in the brazier. Apparently part of the vision at least had been founded on truth. The unknown chemicals had crystallized into a thing that appeared to be all planes and angles. It was formed of some brittle substance resembling frosted glass, was roughly pyramidal, and measured about 6 inches from apex to base. Ludwig wanted to smash it at once, but Edmund prevented him. Their arguments were brought to an end by the arrival of a telegram from Scott. It read, "Attempt no experiments with pamphlet you mention. Stop. Tremendously dangerous, and may mean my death. Stop. Am writing you today by airmail. Full details. Stop. Advise you burn pamphlet. Kenneth Scott." Three. There were 2 more communications which resulted in Paul Edmund's temporary stay at a Hollywood hospital. The first was an item which appeared in time for the morning edition of the Los Angeles Times of August 20th. It stated briefly that Kenneth Scott, well-known author and occultist residing in Baltimore, Maryland, had been mysteriously murdered. There were no clues to indicate the identity of the assailant, and the body had not been discovered until the afternoon of the 19th. The fact that the victim's head had been severed from his body and was inexplicably missing made identification at first doubtful, but Scott's physician confirmed the logical supposition. A quantity of greyish slime smeared on the carpet added another element of mystery to the case. Scott's head, the coroner declared, had been cleanly severed from his body by a sharp blade. Police stated that an arrest would be made shortly. Needless to say, that arrest was never made. The tabloids seized the juicy morsel and made much of it, and an enterprising reporter unearthed the fact that Scott had sent an airmail letter from the Baltimore Central Post Office shortly before the time at which his death had been fixed. It was this communication which was the direct cause of Edmund's nervous collapse and his retirement to a hospital. The letter was found in Edmund's apartment, but it sheds little light on the case. Scott was a visionary, and his letter bears an almost suspicious resemblance to his fictional work. "Both of you know," ran part of the long letter, "how much truth there is often to be found behind old legends and folklore. The Cyclops is no longer a myth, as any doctor familiar with monstrous births can tell you. And you know how my theories regarding the elixir vitae have been confirmed by the discovery of heavy water. Well, the myth of the Hydra is based on such a truth. There are innumerable tales of multi-headed monsters, all springing from the actual entity of whose real existence a very few have known through the ages. This creature did not originate on Earth, but in the gulfs outside. It was, after a fashion, a vampiric entity, living not on the blood of its victims, but on their heads, their brains. This may sound strange to you, but you know by this time that there are beings outside whose needs and flesh are not as ours. Through the eons this entity has ravened in the abyss beyond our dimension, sending out its call to claim victims where it could. For this entity, by absorbing the heads and brains of intelligent creatures, both of this world and of other planets, emerges with its powers and vitality greatly augmented. You both know that through the ages there have been certain people willing to worship the Great Ones, even the evil aliens who have come down to us in folklore as demons. Every god and every entity has had its worshippers, from Black Pharaoh to the least of the aliens whose powers are more than human. And these cults intermingle in a very curious way, so that we find traces of a forgotten worship cropping up in far later times. When the Romans worshipped the Magna Mater in Italy's dark forests, for instance, why do you suppose they incorporated into their ritual the mystic adoration Gorgo, Mormo, thousand-faced moon? The implication is clear. I have gone into considerable detail, but it has been necessary to prepare you for my explanation of the origin of that pamphlet Robert found in San Pedro. I knew of this booklet, which was printed in Salem in 1783, but I had thought that there were no longer any copies in existence. That pamphlet is a trap, and a most damnable one, created by the worshippers of the Hydra to lure victims into the maw of their god. It purports to be merely an innocent experiment with the astral self. However, the real purpose of the thing is to open a gateway and prepare a sacrifice for the Hydra. When the booklets were first distributed, through secret underground channels, there was an epidemic of deaths in New England. Dozens of men and women were found headless, with no trace of any human murderer. Yet the real killers were the ones who performed the experiment according to the directions given in the booklet, and unknowingly let the Hydra use their vital forces to materialize on this planet. Boldly speaking, what happens is this. The subject, following the instructions, inhales the fumes of the drug which tears apart the veil between our world and outside. He concentrates upon the person whom he wishes his astral to visit, and that person is doomed, for the experimenter is drawn outside into another dimension of space, and through a certain psychic and chemical process is temporarily made one with the Hydra. What it amounts to is this. The Hydra, using the experimenter's astral as a host, comes to Earth and takes its prey, which is the person upon whom the subject has been concentrating. There is no real danger to the experimenter himself, save perhaps for a possible severe nervous shock. But the other, the victim, is taken by the Hydra for its own. He is doomed to eternal torment, except in certain unusual cases where he can maintain a psychic link with an earthly mind. But I need not speak of that. I am greatly worried. I have put through a long-distance call to Edmund's apartment, and no doubt you will hear from me tonight long before this letter can arrive. If you are rash enough to undertake the experiment before I can communicate with you, I shall be in grave danger, for you may attempt projection of your astral to Baltimore, to me. After I have posted this letter, and while I am waiting for my telephone call to be put through, I shall do my utmost to find a protective formula, although I do not think one exists. Kenneth Scott. It was this letter which sent Edmund to the hospital for a few days to recover from his nervous condition. Ludwig was apparently of stronger stuff. He stayed, at Edmund's request, in the latter's apartment, and indulged in some experimenting of his own. Just what happened in Edmund's apartment during the next few days will never be fully known. Ludwig visited his host daily at the hospital, and told him of his experiments, and Edmund noted what he could remember on slips of paper, which he subsequently inserted between pages of his diary. One is inclined to believe that the anomalous mixture of drugs in the brazier continued to exert its influence on the minds of the two students, for certainly Ludwig's experiences, as recorded by Edmund, seem like a continuation of the original hashish dream. Ludwig had burned the pamphlet, as might be expected, and then, On the night following Edmund's removal to the hospital, the other youth maintained he had heard Scott speaking to him. Edmund did not scoff, for he was vastly credulous. He listened intently, while Ludwig declared that the occultist was still alive, although existing in another dimension of space. The Hydra had captured Scott, but the occultist had the power to communicate with Ludwig. It is necessary to keep constantly in mind the fact that neither of these two youths was quite normal after the mental agitation he had undergone. So Ludwig added more and more every day to his tale, and Edmund listened. They spoke furtively, in whispers, and Edmund kept careful watch over his notes, so that they would not fall into skeptical hands. The whole crux of the matter, Ludwig said, was the strange crystalline object which had formed in the brazier. It was this which kept open the path to outside. One could pass through it, if one wished, despite the fact that it was not as large as a man's head, because the crystal created a warp in space, a term Edmund mentions several times, but entirely neglects to explain. The Hydra, however, could not return to Earth unless the original conditions were duplicated. Ludwig said he had heard Scott's voice whispering thinly from the crystalline thing of insane planes and angles, and the occultist was in horrible agony and insistent that Ludwig rescue him. It would not be difficult, provided the student followed instructions implicitly. There were dangers, but he must have courage, obey, and strive to undo the harm he had done. Only thus could Scott be freed from endless agony and return to Earth. So, Ludwig told Edmund, he went through the crystal. Again this vague and extraordinary phrase, taking those things Scott had said he would need. Chief among these was a razor-keen, bone-handled carving knife. There were other objects, some of them difficult to obtain, which Ludwig did not specify, or which, if he did, Edmund did not mention in his notes. According to Ludwig's narrative, he went through the crystal, and he found Scott, but not at first. There were nights of fumbling progress through fantastic and terrible visions of nightmare, guided always by the insistent whisper of Scott's voice. There were gates to be passed, and strange dimensions to traverse. And so Ludwig moved through awful abysses of pulsing, fearful darkness. He went through a place of curious violet light that sent tinkling, evil trills of goblin laughter after him. He went through a cyclopean deserted city of ebonstone, which he shudderingly recognized as fabled Dis. In the end, he found Scott. He did what was necessary. When he came to the hospital the next day, Edmund was shocked by the bloodless pallor of his friend, and the little crawling lights of madness that shone in his eyes. The pupils were unnaturally dilated, and Ludwig spoke that day in disjointed whispers, which Edmund found hard to follow. The notes suffered. It is only clear that Ludwig declared he had freed Scott from the grip of the Hydra, and that over and over again the youth kept muttering something about the terrible grey slime that had smeared the blade of his carving knife. He said his task was not yet ended. Undoubtedly, it was the drug-poisoned mind of Robert Ludwig speaking when he told how he had left Scott, or at least the living part of him, in a plane of space which was not inimical to human life, and which was not subject to entirely natural laws and processes. Scott wanted to return to Earth. He could return now, Ludwig told Edmund, but the strange vitality that maintained life in what was left of Scott would dissipate immediately on Earth. Only in certain planes and dimensions was it possible for Scott to exist at all, and the alien force that kept him alive was gradually departing now that he was no longer drawing sustenance from the Hydra. Ludwig said that quick action was necessary. There was a certain spot outside where Scott could achieve his desire. In that place, thought was obscurely linked to energy and matter, because of an insane shrill piping, Ludwig said, that eternally filtered from beyond a veil of flickering colours. It was very near the centre of chaos, where dwells Azathoth, the Lord of all things. All that exists was created by the thoughts of Azathoth, and only in the centre of ultimate chaos could Scott find means to live again on Earth in human form. There is an erasure in Edmund's notes at this point, and it is only possible to make out the fragment of thought made real. White-faced, hollow-cheeked, Ludwig said that he must complete his task. He must take Scott to the centre, although he confessed to a horrible fear that made him hesitate. There were dangers in the way, and pitfalls where one might easily be trapped. Worst of all, the veil shielding Azathoth was thin, and even the slightest glimpse of the Lord of all things would mean utter and complete destruction to the beholder. Scott had spoken of that, Ludwig said, and had also mentioned the dreadful lure that would drag the young student's eyes to the fatal spot unless he fought strongly against it. Biting his lips nervously, Robert Ludwig left the hospital, and we assume met with foul play on his way to Edmund's apartment, for Edmund never saw his friend again on Earth. 4. The police were still searching for the missing head of Kenneth Scott. Edmund gathered that from the newspapers. He waited impatiently the next day for Ludwig to appear, and after several hours had passed without result, he telephoned his apartment and got no response. Eventually, worried and almost sick with anxiety, he spent a turbulent 10 minutes with his doctor and another with the superintendent. Finally, he achieved his purpose and went by taxi to his apartment, having overruled the objection of hospital officials. Ludwig was gone. He had vanished without a trace. Edmund considered summoning the police, but speedily dismissed the thought. He paced about the apartment nervously, seldom turning his gaze from the crystalline object that still rested in the brazier. His diary gives little clue to what happened that night. One can conjecture that he prepared another dose of the narcotic drug, or that the toxic effects of the fumes Edmund inhaled several days before had finally worked such disintegration within his brain that he could no longer distinguish between the false and the real. An entry in the diary dated the following morning begins abruptly, "I've heard him." Just as Bob said, he spoke through the crystal thing. He's desperate and tells me that Bob failed. He didn't get Scott to the center, or S could have materialized again on Earth and rescued Bob. Something, I'm not sure what, caught Bob, God help him. May God help all of us. Scott says I must begin where Bob left off and finish the job. There is a soul laid bare on the last pages of that record, and it is not a pleasant sight. Somehow, the most frightful of the unearthly horrors the diary describes seem not quite as dreadful as the last conflict that took place in that apartment above Hollywood, when a man wrestled with his fear and realized his weakness. It is probably just as well that the pamphlet was destroyed, for such a brain-wrecking drug as was described in it must surely have originated in some hell as terrible as any which Edmund portrays. The last pages of the diary show a mind crumbling into ruin. I went through. Bob has made it easier. I can begin where he left off, as Scott says. And I went up through the cold flame and the whirling vortices until I reached the place where Scott is, where he was, rather, for I picked him up and carried him through several planes before I had to return. Bob didn't mention the suction one has to keep fighting against, but it doesn't get very strong until I've got quite a distance in. The next entry is dated a day later. It is scarcely legible. Couldn't stand it. Had to get out. Walked around Griffith Park for hours. Then I came back to the apartment and almost immediately Scott spoke to me. I'm afraid. I think he senses that, and is frightened too, and angry. He says we can't waste any more time. His vitality is almost gone, and he's got to reach the center quick and get back to Earth. I saw Bob. Just a glimpse, and I wouldn't have known it was he if Scott hadn't told me. He was all awry and horrible somehow. Scott said the atoms of his body had adapted themselves to another dimension when he let himself get caught. I've got to be careful. We're nearly at the center. The last entry. Once more will do it. God, I'm afraid, horribly afraid. I heard the piping. It turned my brain into ice. Scott was shouting at me, urging me on, and I think trying to drown that other sound, but of course he couldn't do it. There was a very faint violet glow in the distance, and a flickering of coloured lights. Beyond, Scott told me, was Azathoth. I can't do it. I don't dare. Not with that piping. And those shapes I saw moving far down. If I look in that direction when I'm at the Vale, it will mean... But Scott is insanely angry with me. He says I was the cause of it all. I had an almost uncontrollable impulse to let the suction draw me back and then to smash the gateway, the crystal thing. Maybe if I find myself unable to keep looking away from the Vale when next I go through, I'll do just that. I told Scott if he let me come back to Earth for one more breathing space, I'd finish the job this next time. He agreed, but said to hurry. His vitality is going fast. He said if I didn't come through the gateway in 10 minutes, he'd come after me. He won't, though. The life that keeps him going outside wouldn't be any use on Earth, except for a second or two. My 10 minutes is up. Scott is calling from the gateway. I'm not going. I can't face it. Not the last horror outside, with those things moving behind the veil and that awful piping screaming out. I won't go, I tell you. No, Scott, I can't face it. You can't come out like that. You die. I tell you I won't go. You can't force me. I'll smash the gateway first. What? No. No, you can't. You can't do that. Scott, don't. God, he's coming out. That was the last entry in the diary, which police found open on Edmund's desk. A hideous screaming, and subsequently a stream of red liquid seeping out sluggishly from beneath the door of Edmund's apartment, had resulted in the arrival of 2 radio patrol officers. The body of Paul Edmund was found near the door, the head and shoulders lying in a widening crimson pool. Nearby was an overturned brass brazier, and a flaky white substance, granular in nature, was scattered over the carpet. Edmund's stiff fingers still tightly gripped the object which has since been the cause of so much discussion. This object was in an incredible state of preservation in view of its nature. Part of it was coated with a peculiar greyish slime, and its jaws were clamped tightly, the teeth having horribly mangled Edmund's throat and severed the carotid artery. There was no need to search further for the missing head of Kenneth Scott. Clay by C. Hall Thompson. 1. I have not been there since. I am not alone in this. It has come to my knowledge that all the doctors who once held residences in the institution on the northern lip of Dunsmouth have quit the place never to return. It is not strange. Men who shared such memories were bound to run from the doomed house that spawned them. Wickford could not have stayed on any more than I. Even that enthusiastic youngster of medicine, Fothering, was badly shaken by the hideous outcome of the case of Jeremy Bone. These men stood in the soundless chapel and remembered mouldering death discovered in its dim alcoves. They passed the room once occupied by Jeremy Bone and saw again the foul, liquescent thing that rose from lost hells to defy the reasoning of normal minds. Is it a wonder that they left and did not go back? But others, who have never heard of the curse of the Mark of Clay, have ventured once or twice into that ill-reputed region near Dunsmouth. I have heard them speak of crumbling porticos and eaves sagged in, and boys from the village who come witch-hunting by night, tossing stones at the ghost of the moon in shattered window-panes. They say the road is strangled with brambles, and the wrought-iron fence leans drunkenly inward. The gate is unhinged, and rust has eaten at the brass plaque on the gate-post. But if one dares come close enough, one may still read the name Wickford House, and below it, in barren letters, the solitary word Asylum. In an earlier happy time, Wickford House was quite different. There was no smell of musty documents hidden away in a teakwood case. There were no stains of clay on a swollen purple throat. The lawns were green and fresh with New England dew. The house was well kept, with white porticos and green shutters and an air of gentle peace. Boys played at simple sports on the enclosed lawns. Their faces were calm, unworried. White-coated attendants moved among them almost unnoticed. At times, even now, the memory of Dr. Gaunt's hearty laughter overshadows the horror of those later days. Peter Gaunt understood the boys. He could handle them as none else could. Even Wickford admitted that, under Gaunt's care, the boys never seemed what they were, inmates of an asylum for the insane. Insane? Perhaps my use of that word is ill-advised. Of late, I cannot hear it spoken without experiencing a sickly mental shudder. It holds forbidding nuances that terrify me as they never could in the old days. It is a word I once thought I understood. Today, I am not so sure. It was a word Peter Gaunt hated. A strange statement to make regarding a psychiatrist, is it not? Still, every aspect of this affair has been strange, horribly strange. Insane. Yes, that was the word Gaunt and Wickford were arguing over the night of the day Jeremy Bone came to Gaunt's ward. We were finishing our brandy in the leathery seclusion of the library. It was a large room, high-ceilinged, with an antiquated, smoke-grimed fireplace. Book-lined walls and velvet portieres drawn across the casements to shut out the whimper of the rain gave it an air of snugness and peace. The boys were settled for the night in their dormitories. Occasionally, a man in white passed along the darkened corridors. That was all. Even the shrill laughter of the boy called Trask, who had spells of hilarity in the loneliness of rainy nights, seemed distant and undisturbing. I dawdled over a volume of Stekel, not really reading. Over the booktop I studied Wickford. Firelight made his round face rounder and more ruddy. White hair rose from the massive forehead like a leonine mane. Wickford wiped pince-nez on an immaculate handkerchief. He was the portrait of a satisfied, successful man of medicine. He had made his mark. In the realm of psychiatric research, the name Harrison Wickford was one to conjure with. His was a voice to listen to. At 60-odd, the head of his own sanitarium, author of countless theses, calm, smiling, self-confident. His voice had adopted a sure, pedantic tone. All they require is care, patience, occasional restraint, he was telling Gaunt. Keeping these in mind, it's easy enough to handle the insane. Peter Gaunt winced, turning a weary smile on me. I smiled back. One of Wickford's eyebrows arched petulantly. He didn't like the thought of being laughed at. I wasn't aware I'd said anything humorous. Insane. Gaunt stared at his brandy. That word is so definite. Hopeless. Wickford shrugged. Insanity is a very definite thing. Is it? The bony head moved from side to side. I'm not at all certain. Can we say definitely that a man is insane because he is unlike us? His mind functions a shade differently? The borderline between the sane and insane, between fact and fantasy, is too shadowy for any explicit delineation. Perhaps we have no right to brand these boys with the cold, irrevocable word insane. Perhaps they are confused, frightened, pushed too close to that shadow line between to distinguish reality from fantasy. But then, at times, aren't we all? Wickford looked vague. His pink, soft hand waved indefinitely. He laughed. "Bosh, my dear Gaunt, sheer bosh. Why, if that's how you look at it, there is no way of telling just where sanity ends and insanity begins. No way of being certain of your shadowing of fact and fantasy. How could we know exactly who is sane or insane?" Dark eyes fastened on Wickford. Peter Gaunt gave him a sharp, quizzical grin. "Precisely," he said. "How?" Wickford's mouth was a surprised "oh." His eyes went blank. Then he must have decided it was all a joke, for he laughed and jogged my elbow. "I say, sometimes I do believe this Gaunt of ours belongs among the boys, rather than the doctors." The laugh got loud. I smiled politely. Gaunt smiled wearily. Wickford changed the subject. He turned to Gaunt. "Speaking of boys, have you seen the new one I had transferred to your ward today?" "You mean Bone?" Gaunt nodded thoughtfully. "I've seen him." There was a hollow tone to the words. They echoed in the silent room. A log corpse sagged on the grate. "Bone," Wickford said. "Yes, that's it. Jeremy Bone. Odd name, eh? Decidedly odd case, too. Seemed to be doing very poorly. No progress toward normalcy. Those delusions of persecution persist. He keeps talking of a person he calls Oliver, who tortures him. I thought you might do something with him. You've a way with stubborn cases." My curiosity was piqued. That was the first I'd heard of Jeremy Bone. I wish now I'd never heard the damnable sound of his name. But that night I felt no presentiment of horror. I felt only curiosity. "Bone?" I leaned forward. "Who is he? What's his history?" "That's right," Gaunt said. "I'd forgotten. You haven't seen him." He lit his pipe and blew out the match. "As Dr. Wickford said, it's a fascinating case. This Jeremy Bone is quite young. 17, I believe. And, to be quite truthful, we don't know a great deal about him. We do know he comes of very old New England stock, somewhere on the heels of the Mayflower. His mother died when he was born. According to newspaper stories, his father died just a year later, of what seemed depression over some secret tragedy no one has ever been able to fathom." "And Jeremy?" I prompted. "Raised by a maiden great-aunt," Wickford said. "Queer old duck she was, by all accounts. Reared the boy in the utmost seclusion. No schools, no friends, only the musty rooms of an ancient gargoyle of a mansion." Peter Gaunt stared at the glow of his pipe bowl. "I believe loneliness is one of the things wrong with the boy, and some torturing fear. The sort of fear that may have destroyed his father. Terror of some strange thing in the past of his family, perhaps." "Nonsense," snapped Wickford. "Fear, loneliness, sounds like a melodrama. The boy is a plain and simple case of unbalance. Melancholia bordering on depressive mania due to his persecution complex." "Words!" Gaunt rapped out his pipe with an impatient movement. "Words! Can they fathom the uneasy thoughts of a frightened mind like Jeremy Bone's? Can they allay his fears, fears that may be half real?" The laugh was mocking. Wickford said, "Tell me, Gaunt, are you a doctor or a witch-hunter?" It was meant to be funny. Somehow it fell flat. Rain cried against the windows. Trask's hollow laughter seemed to grow nearer and haunting. Uneasiness crept into the room. "To get back to the boy," Gaunt said quietly. "When his great-aunt died, The executors of the Bone estate sent Jeremy to a school in Blackmoor. Reports say that the lad behaved oddly from the outset, was afraid and unwilling to go to Blackmoor, seemed to live in his own world with people of his own making. It was thought that the company of normal boys would improve him. It didn't. There are strange stories at Blackmoor of unsettled times after the coming of Jeremy Bone. Incidents small but decidedly unpleasant. The beheading of a school mascot. The neurotic talk of Jeremy's roommates about eerie things happening to the boy during the night. The school board was worried, Wickford cut in. Naturally, their reputation suffered. Enrollment fell off. At that point I was called in. I committed the boy. He spoke of nothing but this strange entity named Oliver, a thing that forced him to do evil, to maim, even kill. He kept repeating, "Oliver wants me to destroy others as I destroyed him." The ruddy head shook. The pink lips pursed. Typical schizophrenia, of course. Split personality, the one good, the other bad. Called Oliver, compelling him to commit crimes his normal self finds repulsive. I thought we might snap him out of it, but... Wickford raised hands, palm up. Peter Gaunt frowned. "It's not as hopeless as that, Doctor. Bone has behaved very well since he came to my ward. Seems to get on famously with that young fellow Swan in his dormitory. You'd think they were blood brothers. Perhaps friendship is what Jeremy needs. With that, I may get at the root of his fear, find out exactly who Oliver is and what terrible meaning he has for the boy. Maybe, with such knowledge, I could cast out this hellish entity." "Cast out?" Wickford echoed pompously. "You talk like a preacher exorcising evil spirits. Really, my dear Gaunt, we're not alchemists handling a case of possession." Peter Gaunt lifted one black peaked eyebrow. He said softly, "Aren't we?" The words died. Firelight did a dance macabre in the far corners of the library. Then, abruptly, a high-pitched, unhuman cry shrilled through the silence. Gaunt stiffened. Wickford paused, brandy glass halfway to his lips. My mouth felt strangely dry when I spoke to Gaunt. "That was from your ward." Even as he nodded, it came again, the wail of a soul in torment rising from a bottomless abyss. Gaunt was on his feet. He turned to the door just as it burst open. Lowry, an attendant from Gaunt's ward, stood on the threshold. His face had an unwanted pallor. "It's the Bone Kid, Doctor. He's acting up something fierce." The agonized scream sliced out anew. Lowry licked dry lips. "You better come." Gaunt had already started. Wickford and I followed hastily. The grey corridors seemed unusually chill and lonely. Ward A lay around the first bend. An excitement I could not quite account for tightened my scalp as we entered Bone's dormitory. The cry had dwindled to the whine of a terrified animal. The room was dark. A noisome stench sifted under the smell of antiseptic, an odour of decay that seemed to rise from the black corner by Jeremy Bone's cot. I was conscious of Gaunt's face, pale and taut. I followed his gaze to that corner. Against the wall, a phosphorescent nimbus seemed to hover like a bird of prey. As we watched, its edges bled and faded. Slowly, the amorphous mass became one with the dark, and a last unholy wail tore from the throat of the pitiful creature that cringed in the shadow of the cot. I stared at Jeremy Bone. Bobbing frantically on its taut spindle of a neck, the ponderous head made a grotesque contrast with the boy's frail body. The massive cranium and frontal bones dwindled to a weak, sparsely bearded chin. Bulging eyes held a nameless terror, the like of which I had never seen before. Spittle slavered from the lax mouth, and his huge hands, strangely covered with grey suede gloves, tore wildly at the nightgown's throat. Slowly, The cries subsided to an abject whine. He continued to stare fixedly at the spot where the ectoplasmic cloud had been. His lips worked. Coherent words came. "Thank God! He's gone! He won't make me do it! Not now!" The glazed eyes blinked and roved and focused on Peter Gaunt. "Dr. Gaunt!" He stumbled to his feet. The big head wobbled. He caught Gaunt's sleeve. "Don't let Oliver come back, please! He'll make me do bad things. When you came, he was talking to me, real soft in my ear. Kill, kill! He wanted me to destroy Swan." Wickford exploded. "Good Lord! Swan!" Someone switched on the light. I turned to Wickford. Then I saw Swan's fat, limp form sprawled across the bed in the other corner. Wickford looked pale and worried as I tested the boy's pulse. He sighed relief when I said Swan was only sleeping. At that moment, the little eyes opened. Swan gave us his slow cretin smile. I patted his arm. "It's all right, son. Go back to sleep." Jeremy Bone giggled hysterically. "You see, I didn't hurt Swan. Oliver wanted me to, but I fought him. I was strong." Fear darkened the wide eyes again. "But if I weaken, someday he'll make me. He'll say, 'Kill,' and I'll obey." "Bone." Peter Gaunt's voice was flat, gentle. "Listen to me, Bone. Oliver can't make you do anything you don't want to do." The head shook wildly. Bone shrilled, "You don't know him." "Listen, Bone. Only you can decide your actions." "No, he can force me. You never read those papers in the chest." Abruptly, his voice snapped off. His eyes flicked from one of us to the other. He tore free of Gaunt's grip, hissing, "The chest!" He scrambled on all fours under the cot, let out a cry of satisfaction, and then crouched there in the corner, clutching in his bony arms a small, exquisitely wrought teakwood chest. He was like an animal at bay, at once cunning and shot through with mortal terror. I whispered to Wickford, "What's the chest?" "Had it with him when he came. Went hysterical when we tried to take it away. We humoured him. He said something about papers." "Imagination. Thinks there are family papers in it. Actually, it's empty. Examined it myself. All imagination. Like the fancy that he must always wear those silly gloves. Try as we may, we've never gotten him to take them off." I stared at the abnormally large hands that clutched the teakwood casket. The frenzied eyes had shifted back to Gaunt. "You don't know Oliver," Jeremy Bone intoned hoarsely. "He has a power. It's the secret of the chest. You don't understand. You never heard of the Mark of Clay. Nobody knows about it now, except me. Great-aunt knew, and she kept me safe. She kept Oliver away from me. But now he comes and whispers, 'Kill, Jeremy, kill, kill!' The words splintered on a scream. 'Keep him away! In the name of God, keep him away!' Peter Gaunt caught the bony shoulders, tried to still the flailing arms. It was impossible. Saliva dribbled from Jeremy Bone's warped mouth. His eyes bulged horribly. In the end, it took 3 of us to hold him down. Gaunt shook his head, breathing heavily. "We'll have to use the needle." We did. The spasms died away gradually. Fleshless limbs relaxed. Bone's eyes gazed with stupor. Once he whimpered, "Keep him away." That was all. He slept. His gloved hand still held vice-like to the teakwood chest. Under Gaunt's order, Lowry stood guard over Jeremy Bone throughout the remainder of that night. Silently, Wickford and Gaunt and I returned to the library. The room seemed cold and less friendly. Perhaps the storm outside had grown more violent. The hiss of rain against the casements was a clear, lonely sound. I poured 3 fresh brandies. Gaunt took his glass without a word. I fancied that Wickford's plump hand trembled a little. He tried to keep his tone matter-of-fact. "You see," he said to me, "schizophrenia, delusion of persecution by this Oliver, all part of a warped imagination." He tossed off the drink hastily. He set down the glass and chafed his hands before the withering fire, as if they were unaccountably cold. For a time, Gaunt did not speak. Then, "Imagination?" he echoed softly. "I'm not so sure." His dark eyes searched a distant corner of the dim chamber. He was remembering that glowing, putrid mass that had died away in the darkness by Jeremy Bone's cot. "I'm not so sure," he repeated in a slow, puzzled way. "Maybe this fear, this sense of persecution, has its roots in something all too real." Wickford flushed. He covered uneasiness with bluster. "I told you once, my dear fellow, we're doctors, not ghost chasers." Gaunt nodded. "Perhaps. But there are things even doctors have never nailed down with their scientific words." His voice was scarcely more than a murmur. "Evil things of lost eons that linger at the edge of beyond, waiting an opportunity to return and haunt men. Unwilling, perhaps afraid to understand, to seek out these blasphemies and destroy them, we sidestep the issue by calling the men they haunt madmen. But actually, are they mad?" Wickford's cheeks puffed out. Something like bosh pushed through fat lips. Peter Gaunt went on as if he had not heard. "If I could get Bone to trust me, I might get to the roots of his mind. If I knew what he means by the mark of clay and Oliver, if I could become his friend." "Friend?" Wickford rumbled. "To a schizoid bordering on homicidal mania? Ha!" He laughed shortly. "Mark my word, Doctor. If you're wise, you'll keep this Jeremy Bone under constant restraint. Friend indeed. No one will ever be his friend." The room was quiet. Peter Gaunt only stared silently into the glow of the hearth, but his eyes were steady, thoughtful. I think I knew even then that he would prove Wickford was wrong. He did. 2. I saw very little of Peter Gaunt in the weeks that followed. For reasons which have nothing to do with this narrative, I was called away from Wickford House, nor did I see Gaunt immediately on my return. But I did hear a great deal about him. The story of his marvellous progress in the case of Jeremy Bone was rapidly assuming the proportions of an inspired legend among the resident doctors. Men talked endlessly over their coffee and cigars of how Jeremy Bone had grown calm, docile even, to all appearances quite sane. After the first fortnight, injections had been abandoned as unnecessary. No longer did one hear Bone crying into the night his terror of the nemesis Oliver. It was remarkable. When I did run into Peter Gaunt, I was eager to question him about his success. I wanted to know by what means he had gotten Jeremy Bone to stroll the twilit grounds in his company, as calm as a pensioner out for his evening constitutional. I wondered about the long afternoons he spent with Bone in the ancient chapel that lay in the hollow south of Wickford House. I asked myself what charm the tolling, dissonant litanies Peter Gaunt coaxed from the organ's throat had upon the boy. But my questions remained unanswered. I confess at this point I was aware of a certain uneasiness that stirred in the back of my mind whenever I saw Peter Gaunt. He seemed to me thinner and oddly taciturn concerning a success of which he should have been justly proud. The hollows of his eyes had deepened and grown darker, and while he talked of Jeremy Bone to no one, it was obvious that the boy was constantly on his mind. He grew absent and more than a little short-tempered. I was worried. It was not until the afternoon we were summoned to his private study that I realized Wickford shared my concern. He offered us tea and scones. He was jovial, boisterous. He was, patently, a man about to broach a delicate subject. Gaunt watched him with detached eyes. At length, with strained casualness, Wickford said it. "By the way, my dear Gaunt, you'll be pleased to know I've arranged for you to leave on your long-delayed sabbatical sometime next week." Gaunt sat bolt upright. He looked as if he wondered if he had heard correctly. "But I don't want—" "Nonsense, old fellow." Wickford forged ahead. "You deserve a vacation. Been working hard. Perhaps a bit too hard, eh? You're not looking like your old self lately." "I don't want a vacation," Gaunt cut in flatly. I've cases to think of. I'm just beginning to get at the bottom of Jeremy Bone's trouble. To stop now might mean disaster." "Fiddlesticks." "Fiddlesticks hell." The voice cracked with nerves. "I tell you, I daren't leave that boy now. Dr. Gaunt," Wickford snapped. "Must I remind you that I'm running this institution?" He looked at me. "It is my considered opinion that Lambert here can take over the Jeremy Bone case quite capably in your absence." For a moment, Peter Gaunt only stared. I waited for another outburst. It did not come. His dark eyes shadowed. The shoulders seemed suddenly stooped. Then, without another word, he turned and left. Perhaps I should have been insulted, but I sensed that something much stronger than professional jealousy made Gaunt unwilling to relinquish the bone case to me. An aura of fear of some impending doom had hung over his desperate argument with Wickford. I felt sorry for him. I wanted to reassure him. I thought perhaps I might even continue his method of treating Jeremy Bone if I could get him to confide in me. But when I found him alone in the library that night, he gave me nothing but detached civility. I tried to draw him out. "I want to do my best, Gaunt. It might be well if I carried on your treatment." He stared at his book. "No, just care for him until I get back." But the sudden black stoniness of his glance stopped me. His voice was hushed, level. "Listen to me, Lambert. You wouldn't care to know my method of treating Jeremy Bone. It's, well, not orthodox. When you cross the threshold, as I have, you learn things no man wants to know. But I do want to know. If you've had such success, perhaps He closed the book sharply. "Very well," he snapped. "I'll tell you. I'm believing his hellish story. I'm facing his fears and trying to root out this devil Oliver that haunts him by believing in it and destroying it." It was fantastic. It was some remnant of witchcraft rearing its loathsome head from the ruins of black sorcery. I could only stare as Peter Gaunt rose, laid his book on the reading table, and walked out. When my hands were steady enough, I poured a stiff drink. I needed it. I cannot be certain what uneasy thoughts crawled through my brain in that instant. Perhaps I wondered if Peter Gaunt had, himself, crossed the fearful shadow line between sanity and madness. I dare say I had some notion of telling Wickford that Gaunt's condition was more dangerous than we had guessed. But slicing across my fear and doubt, there was the shrill whisper of curiosity. What if Gaunt was right? Suppose there were things beyond human ken, evil things that only people like Jeremy Bone could see and fear, and because of which they were branded lunatics. Curiosity won. I decided to investigate. The following morning I paid the first visit to my new patient. The corridors were dark and cold. Fog sighed against tall casement windows. My palms felt damp. A remembered echo of Peter Gaunt's voice slid through hollow stillness. I told myself Wickford was right. It was all nonsense. It didn't help. My scalp still crawled, my lips were still too dry. I opened the door to Jeremy Bones' dormitory. There was a sharp rustle, and then the snap of a minute lock. Jeremy sat in the window seat, with the carven teakwood casket on his knees. He had closed the lid abruptly as I entered. His eyes were narrow with cunning. The big, sheathed hands clamped possessively over the chest. I said quietly, "Hello, Jeremy." The huge head tilted grotesquely. Who are you?" "You remember me? I'm your friend, Dr. Lambert." "No." The gloved fingers were clawed. "No one is my friend. No one believes me. Only Dr. Gaunt. He knows I'm not crazy. He's seen Oliver. Dr. Gaunt's my friend." I sat down beside him. He cowered in the seat corner. I tried for Gaunt's reassuring tone. "We're all your friends, my boy. Remember that. I want to help you, now that Dr. Gaunt is going away." "Going away?" It was a raw scream. Wariness gave way to sheer terror. "But he can't leave me. He was helping me. He was keeping Oliver away. He understood and could fight Oliver. He mustn't go away now." "Listen, Jeremy, I'm here to help you now. You must trust me. Tell me how I can keep Oliver from you. You must be my friend, like you were with Dr. Gaunt, like brothers." Jeremy Bones sprang to his feet. A frantic screech clogged his throat. He clutched the teakwood chest to him. His head shook wildly. "No, you shouldn't have said that. Not like brothers. Now Oliver will make me do it. He doesn't want anyone to be my friend, my brother. Now he'll force me to kill Dr. Gaunt. Don't you see? It's the mark of clay. Brother against brother, always. First Oliver, now Gaunt. No, please, don't let him whisper to me. I don't want to hurt Dr. Gaunt. No, stop him." I tried to calm him. My words fell on fear-deafened ears. The wild eyes worked, the mouth twisted. Grey-sheathed hands were like convulsed talons. The screams ripped from his throat again and again. In the end, an attendant brought the needle. Even with that, it took Jeremy Bone a long time to sink into shallow, troubled sleep. I was a doctor. I had been trained in the hard, doubting ways of science. A man like that finds it difficult to believe in the erratic babbling of a boy who has been committed to an asylum. I told myself the whole thing was absurd. The idea of a frail child like Jeremy Bone overpowering and killing a man the size of Gaunt was ridiculous. Still, all the rest of that day, a deep sense of failure and anxiety nagged me. I promised myself I would question Peter Gaunt in greater detail that evening. I had the feeling he knew more about this bizarre affair than he had told me. I never got to ask those questions. I was too late. By the time I had finished my rounds, picked up some books at the Dunsmouth post office, and returned to dine at Wickford House, Peter Gaunt was gone. I ate a solitary meal, wondering at his absence, and wandered afterward into the library. A couple of other residents were there, arguing a point on Freud. I inquired for Gaunt. No one had seen him since mid-morning. I shrugged, poured a drink, and tried to get interested in one of the new books. Perhaps it was a subconscious sense of uneasiness that distracted me. It had begun to rain again. Despite the fire, the library seemed grey and alien. I decided I needed rest and retired to my quarters early. I had closed the door behind me and lit a lamp before I spied the manila envelope just inside the sill. The note was brief and written in a square, sure hand. "Dear Lambert, I leave Jeremy in your care, knowing you won't fail me. See that no harm comes to him, but I beg of you, ask no questions. Stay out of this affair. It is mine, and must be left for my return." It was signed simply, Gaunt. I stared at it for a long moment, then sighed. After all, it was his case. It could wait until he came back. Came back. I frowned. For a man who had wanted no vacation, he had certainly gotten underway quickly, and without a word to anyone. Odd. I put the note on my desk and began undressing. The knot of my tie seemed unusually stubborn. I looked at my hands in the mirror. They were trembling. Nonsense. I said it aloud. The word sounded flat and brassy, like whistling in the dark. I repeated it more convincingly. I was getting upset over foolish trifles, taken in by the weird jabbering of an out-and-out schizoid. I had to get hold of myself. Everything was all right. But even with the drapes drawn and electric heater going, my sitting room seemed dark and filled with strange, restless thoughts. I must have dozed. My neck felt stiff with nodding in the easy-chair. I stirred. Somewhere a door was open, because a damp draught swirled about my ankles. The sobbing of the storm had dwindled, but now, even before I opened my eyes, I was aware of a hoarse pulsing sound murmuring from a spot very near to me. I sat quite still and stared. Inside the open door of my chamber, crouched and rain-soaked, stood Jeremy Bone. My nerves tightened sharply. It cost an effort to keep my voice level. "Well, Jeremy, shouldn't you be in bed? It's past your time." His thick breathing throbbed in the stillness. The pendulous lower lip quivered. His eyes had a look of blank, frozen horror. The sane timbre of his words gave me a start. "Dr. Lambert, I want you to lock me up." "Now, Jeremy, you wouldn't like that." "You've got to lock me up," he droned. "Oliver has won. I warned you he would, and he has. I've listened to him and killed." A raw sob caught in his chest. "I've killed Dr. Gaunt." I had started toward him. I came up short. "You're wrong, my boy. You wouldn't hurt Dr. Gaunt. He's your friend." "Yes." The bulbous head nodded dully. "Like a brother. That's why I had to do it, you see. I had to obey Oliver, like it says in the Mark of Clay. The chapel was so quiet, the organ crying low and sad. I didn't want to kill him, but Oliver kept urging me. His neck was soft and easy to snap, and then those grey marks on the flesh, and the organ going sour like a dying man's scream." "Jeremy," I said steadily, "listen to me. Dr. Gaunt has left on his vacation. In a little while he'll be back. You didn't kill him. You're only a boy. Gaunt is a powerful man." "You don't know the strength of Oliver. He speaks to me, and my hands are like vices." "Try to understand, boy. Dr. Gaunt left me a note." "I wrote that note. After I throttled him, I thought I wanted to escape. Now I know I can't. It'll always be somebody. When he whispers, 'Kill,' I'll do his bidding." I swallowed. My throat felt tight. It was growing more difficult to keep the words calm. "Now, Jeremy, you're only upset because Dr. Gaunt has gone away. You need rest and dry clothes. You shouldn't go out in the rain, Jeremy." "You don't believe me," Bone said sharply. The frantic terror was back in his eyes. "I tell you, I must be locked up. I killed Gaunt. There'll be others. It's the truth. In the secret drawer of the chest. If you don't lock me up, I'll kill myself. I won't let Oliver torture me any more. I swear it. I'll hang myself in the bell tower. I had caught the fragile shoulders. Bone's arms flung out wildly. He screamed. That was what brought Lowry. The attendant from Ward A sighed with relief at sight of the boy. "Thank the Lord. We've been looking all over for him since noon." He gripped Bone in powerful arms. "All right, laddie buck, easy does it. No more of your running off and disappearing." I said hoarsely, "You'd better use the sheets." Lowry nodded. He and several others carried the floundering form from the room. Jeremy Bones' maniacal wail echoed back along the clammy corridors.
"I'll kill myself! I warn you, I didn't want to hurt Gaunt. There mustn't be any more like him."
The words withered. I heard a heavy door clang shut. Then only silence. I turned back to my room. Tousled and bathrobed, Wickford filled the doorway. "What the devil is this, Lambert?" Between sips of brandy, I told him. His cheeks puffed out. "Absurd! Why, I've a note from Gaunt, saying he was leaving. So have I. The boy claims he wrote it." Wickford made a derisive sound. "That's what comes of humouring their fantasies. Only makes them worse." I gulped the last of the drink. "Then you think there's nothing to it? All this talk of the mark of clay in the teakwood chest? This story of murder?" "Fantasy," Wickford said. "Pure and simple. We must break the boy of these imaginative flights. The orthodox treatment, that's the answer. Gaunt's method was getting rather out of line. That's why I wanted you to take over. But no buts, my dear fellow. Take my word, it's all schizophrenic fantasy." I wanted to believe him. It was the logical, safe answer. I watched Wickford pad off, yawning and self-satisfied, to his quarters, and wondered why I could not be as sure as he. I could still hear the shrill reverberations of Jeremy Bones' screams. I closed my door and locked it. Somewhere outside, wind cried through naked branches. Even the quilted coverlet did not keep me from shivering. That night I slept very poorly. A nameless apprehension lay like frozen fear at the pit of my stomach. But the expected blow did not fall that night. Nothing happened until the following Saturday. Then Fothering discovered the thing in the chapel. 3. Like Peter Gaunt, young Fothering was something of an artist at the keyboard. Their mutual interest in organ music had made them fast friends, and between them they supplied the tonal background during Sunday services at the chapel. With Gaunt gone on vacation, it was only natural that Fothering should take over. Only natural that he should go to the chapel on Saturday evening to run through the selections he planned to render the next day. But what he found, crushed in the gloom and cobwebs behind the gilded organ pipes, was far from natural. It was a hulk of bone and clothes and slowly decomposing flesh. The eyes pushed wildly from their bluish sockets. The skin of the face had gone black. It seemed impossible that this putrid mass was all that was left of Peter Gaunt. Cold sweat pocked Wickford's red face. He mopped it with a handkerchief. His fat mouth worked soundlessly. Fothering swayed. His face had lost all colour. He turned away and retched. The thing on the floor grinned up at me hideously. I fought back nausea and stooped. Even in dim light filtered through stained glass windows, I could see the purple puffiness of the throat. There were the marks of 2 thumbs on either side of the windpipe. They were grey and flaked away dryly when my fingers brushed them. I felt words thick on my tongue. The mark of clay. Wickford's breath caught on a snag. He tried to sound gruff, assured. "Nonsense! You're on the wrong track, Lambert. That boy couldn't have done it. It doesn't make sense." I stood erect. "It does, if you believe in Oliver." Wickford only stared. Gaunt believed. He warned us the boy wasn't mad. He said Bones' fear had a real cause. Remembered words chanted in my head. The secret of the chest. Yes, Jeremy said that. Perhaps the answer is in that cask. "I tell you it's impossible. Why should this boy want to murder Gaunt? And how could he manage to strangle a grown man?" I shook my head. I don't know. But one thing is certain. Jeremy Bone can't be left loose. He tried to tell me there would be others, like Gaunt. We've got to restrain him, now, before it's too late. I did not wait for more of Wickford's stubborn protests. I brushed past Fothering and out into the mist-clotted night. The journey across the grounds seemed endless. Behind, in its musty tower, the chapel bell tolled with the shifting wind. Wickford puffed at my heels, cursing his foul luck. I hurried along the corridors toward Ward A. My hands felt like ice. A numb chill fingered along my spine. Somehow, even before I tried it, I knew the door to Jeremy Bones' dormitory was locked. Wickford blinked at me. The self-possession was gone. He waved plump hands. "Well, don't just stand there. Break it down." I lunged against the thick panels. Something gave and splintered. The fourth thrust did it. The door slammed open, and I plunged into the room. Moonglow bled on the pallid walls. In its corner, Jeremy Bones' cot was empty, its linen undisturbed. I started toward it. A low, inane giggle brought me up short. I turned to find Swan sitting on the edge of his bed, smiling emptily at Wickford. The cretin's head lolled to one side. His voice was a sing-song, keeping time with the distant caroling of the chapel bell. "Listen to the chimes are ringing, ding-dong, ding." "Swan," I said sharply, "where's Bone? When did he leave?" The pale eyes focused on me. "Ding-dong, Jeremy said you would come. He locked me in. No more Oliver. Ding-dong, no more Gaunts. The secret of the chest." "The chest," Wickford echoed in a toneless voice. I snapped on the light and made for Jeremy Bones' cot. In the shadow beneath it, covered with a mildewed blanket, lay the teakwood casket. I drew it out. The lock was a simple affair. After a moment, the lid sprang open. I stared. The box was empty. A foul stench issued from it like a cloud of grave dust. I fumbled anxiously. He said there were papers, something about a secret drawer. On the lid of the chest, carven in dark wood, there was a Gorgon mask. My fingers brushed it. The head turned with a muffled click and, simultaneously at the base of the casket, a shallow compartment slid into view. The sickly odor had grown overpowering. It seemed to rise from the tiny, leather-bound book that lay on the bottom of the hidden drawer. The jaundiced pages crackled at the touch. The print was archaic and minute. I read the title page. Night Terrors, by Bartholomew Humphrey, being an accurate account of evidence garnered by the author and concerning veritable case histories which support the theory that hydras, ghosts, gorgons, chimeras, and such night things do truly exist. The pages fluttered dustily. A clammy musk clung to my fingers. As if from habit, the book fell open at a place near its heart, set off by a red velvet marker, on which some Victorian hand had embroidered the name Bone. Wickford pressed closer, reading over my shoulder. The words of the heading crawled slimily across the page. The Curse of the Mark of Clay. According to certain obscure documents in the archives of the New English hamlet of Dunsmouth, there dwelt in that town in the year 1603 a woman named Hester Titus. Sprung from a family of ill repute, much mistrusted because of her secretive ways and physical ugliness, Hester Titus was known to consort with one William Bone, a taciturn, sardonic individual suspected by more than one of black magic and unholy witchcraft. Tried for the kidnapping and murder of a young girl in the community, William Bone was found guilty and burned at the stake. As his vile oaths died in cries of agony, Hester Titus broke through the watching crowd, screaming that they could never kill her husband, for she bore in her the seed of his kind, and would hereafter give birth to the child of William Bone. In the ensuing months, this woman led a secret, solitary existence, avoided by the God-fearing folk of the village. Only at the final moments of her accouchement was a midwife induced to attend her. This midwife afterward related a strange and terrible story. Hester Bone, in supreme agony, had given birth to twins. The one child, named Solon, strong and lusty, with a saturnine look of his father even at birth. The other boy was born dead, curled in a pitiful ball. His tiny form was covered with bruises. Tears of blood stained his swollen cheeks. In the midwife's own words, "God help us, it was as if Solon strangled his weaker brother to death before they even saw the light of day." And thus Solon Bone was branded a prenatal murderer. Hester Bone reared her child in something approaching complete solitude. Witnesses who, in passing the decadent Bone farm, glimpsed the boy during his formative years, told yarns of his singular grotesqueness. Tremendous head, the body of a weakling, and the huge, muscular hands of a powerful man, so they described Solon Bone. Swiftly, he became half legendary in the bleak countryside of Dunsmouth. Perhaps 15 years after the birth of William Bone's son, the first of a series of peculiar local murders took place. The victim, a boy who had once or twice attempted to befriend Solon Bone, was found at the bottom of a dried-up cistern, his face bloated by strangulation, and on his throat a series of grey, dusty fingerprints that seemed like nothing but the mouldering clay from some ancient grave. It was not until the third monstrous crime had been committed that the citizens of Dunsmouth rose in arms and descended on the Bone farmhouse. They found the body of the woman, Hester, crammed in the blackened fireplace. She had been throttled. A party of irate men cornered the boy in the attic. He babbled strange stories of how his twin haunted him, forcing him to kill others as he had killed that brother. His hands were those of the murderer, stained with the clay of death, and leaving their hellish mark on the throats of his victims. As Solon Bone spoke, he seemed to reach a frenzied pitch, until finally, pointing at a dim corner of the attic, he screamed, "It's him! He wants me to kill again!" There are extant statements signed by witnesses to the horrible scene, to the effect that, as the boy cried, there appeared in that dark corner a liquescent shining thing that slowly formed the twisted crying form of Solon Bone's twin brother. An instant later, when the boy dove for one of his captors and caught the charge of a shotgun in the chest, that unnatural being faded and was gone, never to be seen again. Yet this was not the last of the mark of clay. It would appear that through succeeding generations the family of Bone, as if damned by the godless practices of their ancestor, were cursed by the recurrence of these unholy twins. More than one successor of William Bone has caused the prenatal death of his brother, and throughout his hellish life borne upon his murdering hands the foul stains of graveyard clay. Silence enveloped the room like a pulsing membrane. I could hear Wickford's hoarse breathing. Across the grounds rolled the melancholy rhythm of the bell in the chapel tower. Swan's head lolled back and forth, keeping time. He chanted idiotically, "Ding-dong, hear the bell, ding-dong, ding-dong." Wickford shook his shaggy mane. "Impossible. The boy was a weakling. Gaunt was a man in the prime of life, alert, powerful." He stopped short. His gaze had fallen on the teakwood chest. He bent and drew from the drawer a folded sheet of yellowed paper. He opened it and stared with widened eyes. The words were a dry croaking in his throat. "Birth certificate. County of Dunsmouth. Born this day, December 13th, 1930, twin sons to James and Letitia Bone. One boy was called Jeremy, the other, dead at birth, bore the name Oliver." He blinked at me dully.
But I tell you, Lambert, it's fantastic. Sheer lunacy.
I was not listening. Somehow, suddenly, all I could hear was the monotonous ding-dong that told from Swan's thick tongue. Somewhere at the back of my brain, a dark memory slithered into glaring light. A hysterical voice screeched,
I warn you, I won't let him torture me any more. No more, Oliver, no more gaunts. I swear I'll hang myself in the tower.
I said, Good Lord! I spun toward the door. Wickford blurted, What the devil? The belfry, I told him. That's where he'll be. Don't you remember what he said? The pink mouth fell open. By the time I reached the corridor, Wickford was pounding at my heels. I believe I've never since run as swiftly as I did that night. I stumbled. I heard Wickford cursing the brambles by the chapel gate. Every throb of the bell was like a white-hot needle driven through my eardrums. I rushed through the gloomy sanctuary, twisting behind the organ, into a tiny vestry. The door to the tower was ajar. The ladder was ancient and slimed with cobwebs. A cold draught slithered down the shaft. The trapdoor was open. Now the clangor of the bell was like slow thunder. I halted abruptly. Wickford was right behind me. I didn't speak. I only pointed. In the darkest reach of the belfry tower, an eerie shifting brilliance slowly took on form. Curled at the heart of an amoebic oval, we saw a tiny, naked child. Its blind features, exquisitely wrought, were warped in ancient agony. Blood-red teardrops stained the closed eyelids. The phosphorescence wavered and blurred. A wail, as of some defeated power of darkness, shrilled through the tower. The vision bled into surrounding night. At last, only a pinpoint of malevolent silver light gleamed. Then, nothing. The chapel bell tolled on. We found Jeremy Bone quite easily. Apparently, he had simply secured the hang-rope to the crossbar of the bell, slipped the noose about his neck, and jumped into the black well of the tower. Without a word, Wickford and I drew him up to our level. I loosened the rope. The fragile body lay sprawled on the tower floor in a puddle of moonlight. The eyes bulged. The head was twisted at an ugly angle. The body was still warm, but Jeremy Bone was not breathing. His neck was broken. Wickford sounded sick.
I tell you, it's mad, Lambert. We're rational men of science, not ghost-hunting old women. There must be a more logical answer.
And that vision in the dark?
Mutual delusion. Something we both thought we saw. Something we expected to see.
The big head shook, staring down at the limp body.
No, I won't believe it. It's physically impossible. A mere boy strangle a man as strong as Gaunt? Nonsense. Why, his hands wouldn't have been powerful enough. Besides, he always wore those gloves. Clean grey gloves that would never leave the sort of stain we saw on Gaunt's throat.
But if he took off the gloves? Wickford did not answer. The bell moaned a death knell. We exchanged one more glance, then I knelt beside the corpse of Jeremy Bone. I unsnapped the wrist button and slowly peeled the glove from his clawed right hand. Now, in the quiet passage of days and nights that comprise my life as a general practitioner in a small town, there are moments when I might bring myself to believe it was all a hellish nightmare, that there is, indeed, a more logical explanation of the events which led to Peter Gaunt's death, or that Dr. Wickford retired because he wanted to, and not because he could never again be certain, not because he could never rid himself of Gaunt's quiet voice. Can we ever draw definitely the boundary line between sanity and insanity? Perhaps I could tell myself that madness is a definable state after all, and creatures like Jeremy Bone are truly insane,
not merely pitiable beings who have seen beyond a veil that should never be drawn aside. I could rationalize, and in the end I might convince myself, but for one detail. It will never be possible to explain away the thing I saw that night in the chapel tower. As long as I live, I shall hear the mournful booming of the bell and see frosty moonlight shifting across Jeremy Bones' hand, that tremendous, sinewy hand of a man of prodigious strength, that hand whose gnarled fingers were coated with clay from the crumbling walls of an ancient grave. The Ghoul Gallery by Hugh B. Cave. 1. Let me convince you first that the young man who came to my medical offices that night was not the type of man who gives way without reason to abject fear. Yet when I stepped into my outer office and saw him slumped on the divan, I knew that he was in the throes of mortal terror. His face was ghastly white, made hideous by the mop of jet hair that crawled into his eyes. He raised his head sluggishly and glared at me like a trapped animal. I nodded quietly to the girl who stood beside him. She stepped past me into the inner office, and I drew the door shut silently. I had known this girl for years. For that matter, all London knew her as a charming, lovely member of the upper set, a sportswoman, and a distinguished lady of one of England's famous old families. She was Lady Sybil Ravenel. Tonight, half an hour ago, she had telephoned me, seeking permission to bring a patient very dear to her, to my suite. Now she stood before me, her hand resting on my arm, and said suddenly, "You've got to help him, Dr. Briggs. He's going mad." "Suppose you tell me," I suggested softly, "what he is afraid of." "I can't, Doctor. There is the family name to consider. He is Sir Edward Ramsay." I started. That name, too, was well known to me and to the rest of London. Sir Edward Ramsay, the favourite playboy of the upper strata, noted sportsman, adventurer. I could not believe that such a man would be sitting in my offices, dragged into the depths of fear. "You must tell me the cause," I said kindly. "Otherwise I can do nothing." The girl's lips tightened defiantly. "When a man comes to you with a broken leg," she said, "you don't ask him where he got it. Please. A fractured leg is a physical malady. His is mental. But he comes to you in the same capacity, Doctor. You must help him." I can only give you the usual advice." I shrugged. "Since you refuse to divulge the cause of his terror, I can only suggest that he get away from it." I could see from the obvious twist of her mouth that she was keenly disappointed. She would have argued with me, perhaps pleaded with me, had not the door opened suddenly behind her. I say, opened. In reality it was flung back savagely. Young Ramsay stood on the threshold, reeling, glowering at me out of smouldering eyes. I did not know then what made him intrude at that moment. I thought foolishly that he was afraid of being left alone in the dimly lighted outer office. He staggered forward blindly, groping toward me. "The thing!" he cried. His voice was high-pitched and nasal. "By God, it's following me! It's... I stared at him in bewilderment. There was no sound in my rooms at that moment. No sound at all, except the half-inaudible humming of a machine in the adjoining suite, an electrotherapeutic machine used by my associate in the treatment of leukemia and similar afflictions. Yet the boy's hands clawed at the sleeve of my coat. He flung himself against me, muttering a jargon of words that had no seeming intelligence. And then,
Very suddenly, his twitching face became fixed, staring, glaring at something beyond me. With a strangled sob of abject horror, he stumbled back. I was beside him in an instant, holding his quivering body upright. As I looked at him, his eyes were wide open and rimmed with white, glued in mute terror upon a small table which stood against the wall on the opposite side of the room. The table was an insignificant one, placed there merely for ornamental purposes. I had covered it with a black cloth and lined it along the back with a small rack of medical volumes. In the center of the black cloth, facing into the room, I had set a human skull. The thing was neither fantastic nor horrible, merely a very ordinary medical head, bleached white. In the shadows, perhaps, the eyeless sockets and grinning mouth, with its usual set of enameled teeth, were a bit unconventional. But certainly there was nothing to excite such uncontrollable horror as gripped the man in my arms. His eyes were full of sheer madness as he stared at it. His lips had writhed apart and were twitching spasmodically. He clung to me with all his strength, and at length, wrenching his gaze from the thing on the table, he buried his head in my arms and surrendered to the fear which overwhelmed him. "Be merciful, Briggs," he moaned. "For God's sake, be merciful. Come with me. Stay with me for a day or two before I go utterly mad." There was no alternative. I could not send a man away in such condition. Neither could I keep him with me, for my quarters were not fitted with additional rooms for mad patients. I forced him into a chair, where he could not see the death's head on the table. Leaving him with the girl who had brought him, I hurriedly packed a small overnight case and made ready for an all-night siege of it. When I returned, I found the boy slumped wearily in the chair, with his head in the girl's comforting arms. "Come," I said quietly. He looked up at me. His bloodshot eyes struggled to drag me into focus. You are coming with me, Briggs?" he asked slowly. "I am." He pushed himself heavily out of the chair. As he turned, his hand groped for mine. He spoke with a great effort. "Thanks, Briggs. I'll try to get back a little courage." That was my introduction to Sir Edward Ramsay. The account of our departure, and of our subsequent arrival at Sir Edward's huge townhouse, is of little importance. During the entire journey, my two companions did not utter a word. The boy seemed to have shrunk into himself, to have fallen into the lowest depths of fearful anticipation. The girl sat stiff, rigid, staring straight ahead of her. I remember one thing which struck me as being more or less peculiar in view of the boy's social position. No servant opened the door to us. For that matter, the boy made no attempt to summon one by ringing the bell. Instead, he groped into his pockets for his own door key and fumbled nervously with the lock. Turning his head sideways, he spoke to me stiffly. "My man's deaf, Briggs. Damn nuisance, but it's the only reason he stays. The others cleared out long ago." The door swung open. I followed Sir Edward down the carpeted hall, with the girl beside me. The boy was trembling again, glancing about him furtively. I was forced to take his arm and lead him quietly into one of the massive rooms adjoining the corridor. There he sank into a chair and stared up at me hopelessly. I realized that he had not slept in many hours, that he was on the verge of breakdown. Opening my case, I administered an opiate to deaden his nerves, although I had little hope that it would have the desired effect. The boy's terror was too acute, too intense. However, the drug quieted him. He slept fitfully for the better part of an hour, long enough for Lady Sybil to draw me aside, motion me to a chair, and tell me her story. She came directly to the point, softly and deliberately. They were in love, she and Ramsay. They were betrothed. 6 weeks ago, his love had changed to fear. At first he fought against it, she said evenly. Then it took possession of him,
of his very soul. He released me from my promise.
Why?
Because of the curse that hangs over his family.
And that is why you came to me tonight?
I came, Doctor, she said fervently, because it was a last hope. I love him. I cannot give him up. He lives alone here, except for a single servant who is deaf. I have been with him every day since this influence claimed him. At night, of course, I cannot be at his side, and it is the night time he fears.
And the cause of his fear? I prompted.
I cannot tell you.
I knew better than to demand an explanation. Without a word, I returned to my patient. He was not sleeping, for when I stood over him his eyes opened, and he stared at me wearily. I drew a chair close to him and bent forward.
I want you to tell me, I said simply, the entire story. Only under those conditions can I help you.
Do you understand?
That is impossible.
It's necessary.
I can't do it, Briggs.
In that case, I shrugged, getting to my feet. I shall take you away from here, at once.
No, Briggs. You can't. The thing will follow me. It trailed me to your offices.
It was the girl who cut him short. She stepped closer and took his hands firmly, and looked straight at me.
He is under oath to say nothing, Doctor,
she said evenly. Under oath?
To whom? His father, Sir Guy. Then of course I shall see Sir Guy at once. He is dead.
I stood silent, glancing from one to the other. Suddenly, the girl straightened up and stood erect, her eyes blazing.
But I am not under oath, she cried, almost savagely. I will tell you. By God, no! The boy groped up, his face livid.
I understood then the courage in Lady Sybil's heart. Slim, lovely as she was, she turned on him fiercely, forcing him back into the chair.
I am going to tell him, she said bitterly. Do you hear? The oath does not bind me. I am going to tell Dr. Briggs all I know. It is the only way to help you.
Then, without releasing him, she turned her head toward me.
This house, Doctor, she said, is very old and full of musty rooms and corridors. It is made hideous by a terrifying sound that comes always at night from the upper galleries. The sound is inexplicable. It is a horrible note which begins with an almost inaudible moan, like the humming of an electric motor. Then it increases in volume to the pitch of a sing-song voice, rising and falling tremulously. Finally it becomes a screaming wail, like a human soul in utter torment.
She waited for my questions. I said nothing. The boy had ceased his squirming, and sat like a dead man, glaring at me out of lifeless eyes.
The galleries have been examined many times, Lady Sybil said quietly. Nothing has ever been discovered to provide an explanation. 4 times in the past year the upper recesses of the house have been wired for electric lights, but the lights in that portion of the house never work. No one knows why.
And that is all? I murmured.
I think that is all, except the history of the House of Ramsay. You will find that in the library, Doctor. I will remain here with Edward.
I hesitated. I did not think it vital at that moment to go rummaging through the library in pursuit of ancient lore.
But Lady Sybil looked quietly at me and said, in an even voice, The library is at the end of the main corridor, Doctor. You will find the necessary books in section 12.
I did not argue. There was no denying that cool, methodical tone. Before I left the room, however, I examined my patient carefully to be sure that I was justified in leaving him. He had sunk into complete apathy. His eyes remained wide open, as if he feared to close them. But the opiate had produced an effect of semi-torpor, and I knew that he would not soon become violent again. Thus I turned away and paced silently to the door. By a singular coincidence, the door opened as I reached it. On the threshold I came face to face with the servant, a ferret-faced fellow with deep-set, colourless eyes, who
peered at me suspiciously as I went past him into the corridor. In this manner, after prowling down the dimly illuminated passage, I came to the library and sought the particular section which the girl had suggested. Section 12 proved to be not in the main library, but in a secluded recess leading into the very farthest corner. The walls before me were lined with long shelves of books, symmetrically arranged. An ancient claw-footed desk stood in the centre, and upon it a gargoyle reading lamp which I promptly turned on. The alcove had obviously been unused for some time. A layer of dust hung over it like a funeral shroud. Its musty volumes were sealed with a film of dirt, except, and this is what led me forward eagerly, for a certain shelf which lay almost directly beneath the lamp. The books on this particular shelf had been recently removed, and had been thrown back carelessly. I took one of the volumes to the desk and bent over it. It contained, in some detail, a history of the house in which I stood, and a lengthy description of its occupants since time immemorial. Allow me to quote from it. Sir Guy Ramsay, 1858-1903. Evidently the father of my patient. Eton and Cambridge. Here followed an account of an adventurous and courageous life. In the year 1903, Sir Guy was suddenly stricken with an inexplicable fear of darkness. Despite all efforts to discover the reason of his terror, no cause was revealed, and Sir Guy refused to divulge any. In September of the same year, Sir Guy became utterly mad with fear, and spoke continually of a certain spectre which had taken possession of him. Physicians were unable to effect a cure, and on the 9th day of the month of September, Sir Guy was found in the upper galleries, where he had, to all appearances, been strangled to death. His own hands clutched his throat, but upon his hands were certain marks and bruises which revealed the imprint of another set of fingers. In these imprints, the thumb of the unknown murderer's left hand was singularly missing. No clue has ever been discovered as to the identity of the assailant. I closed the book slowly. Mechanically, I opened a second of those significant volumes, which proved to be an account of the life and death of another of Sir Edward's forebears. From the dates, I judged the gentleman to be Sir Edward's grandfather, the father of the man whose fate I had just learned. His name, peculiarly, was also Sir Edward. On the 27th day of January, in the year 1881, Sir Edward was suddenly noticed to be prowling fearfully in the upper galleries. From that time on he was observed to be very much in the throes of acute terror, but when accused of this, Sir Edward refused to confide the nature of his fear. On February 1st, he was found choked to death in the upper galleries, his own hands twisted into his throat, and the imprint of another set of hands, with the thumb of the left hand missing, still evident on his dead wrists. The murderer was not discovered. For 3 years after Sir Edward's death, the galleries were closed and sealed, after a careful inspection, by the police. At the end of that period, they were again opened by command of Sir Guy, son of the deceased. And there was one other passage, a paragraph or two, describing the sudden death of some distinguished lady far back in the archives. Her name, according to the book before me, was Lady Caroline. A woman, the script said, imbued with the same fearless courage which marked the men of her blood. In the final days of her life, she lived alone in the London house. She left a single parting message found after her death. I am becoming insane. The spectre has ebbed my last bit of resistance. Madness is, after all, a fitting death, much better than eternal fear and horror. This note was found on the morning of July 3rd, 1792. Lady Caroline was murdered, strangled to death by unknown hands, on the night the note was written. Her unfortunate body was discovered in the galleries, her fingers still clutching her dead throat. and the marks of other fingers, with the thumb of the left hand missing, imprinted on the back of her hands and wrists. For 3 years following her death, every effort was expended to locate the fiend who had so brutally destroyed her. The attempt was without avail. I make no effort to explain these quotations. They are significant in themselves. As for the spectre, I could find no further mention of it. Page after page I turned, hoping to discover some clue which might lead to a solution. I found nothing. I did, however, chance upon something of unusual interest in the oldest of the heavy volumes. It was an account of a very ancient feud. The names mentioned were those of Sir Godfrey Ramsay, the date was in the century before the French Revolution, and Sir Richard Ravenel. The account gave mention of several brutal killings and disappearances, the majority of these executed by the House of Ravenel. The cause of the feud was not divulged. The hatred between the two families, however, had come to an end with the death of Sir Richard Ravenel, who was, to quote the withered page before me, an artist of unusual genius. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the House of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay 1 or 2 paintings of great value, executed by himself as a token of eternal friendship. These paintings have been carefully preserved. I sought faithfully for an account of the life of this same Sir Godfrey. Eventually, I found it, and read the following. 12 years after the houses of Ramsay and Ravenel had formed the Pact of Peace, Sir Godfrey was suddenly stricken with an incomprehensible terror, which led to complete madness. He did call his son Sir James to him, and say the following words. A curse has descended upon the house of Ramsay. It is a curse of horror, of torment. It is intended to make gibbering idiots of the men who bear the honoured name of Ramsay. For this reason, I command you to an oath of silence. The curse has taken possession of me, and I shall die. When you are of age, you too will be stricken by the spectre. Swear to me that you will not reveal the nature of the curse, lest your sons and their sons after them live in mortal fear. This oath was written into parchment and preserved. On the 2nd day following its execution, Sir Godfrey was found lying in the upper galleries. I closed the last volume with the uncomfortable feeling of having delved into a maze of horror and death. In the upper reaches of the very house in which I stood, countless members of the House of Ramsay had been hurled into madness and cruelly murdered. Even now, the man who occupied these whispering rooms and huge empty corridors was being slowly forced under the same hellish influence of insanity. I understood now his reason for silence. He was bound by a family oath, which had been passed down from father to son. He could not speak. The influence of that mad room still hung over me as I paced across the library and returned to the room where Sir Edward and Lady Sybil awaited me. The boy was sleeping. As I entered, Lady Sybil came toward me quietly and stood before me. "You have found the books?" she whispered. "Yes." "Then you know why he is bound to silence, Doctor. He is the last of the Ramsays. I am the last of the Ravenels." I stared at her. I had not suspected any connection between the names in those ancient volumes and the name of the girl before me. Peering into her features now, I felt suddenly as if I had been plunged into an affair of death itself. She, the last of the Ravenels. "He has never broken the oath," she murmured. "Not even to me. I have never remained here at night, never seen the spectre, but I have questioned the servants who fled from here, and so I know." I turned to my patient. He was sleeping peacefully now, and I thanked God that the terror had temporarily left him. Lady Sybil said softly, "I shall stay here the night, so long as you are here, Doctor. I cannot leave him now." She walked quietly to the divan and made it as comfortable as possible. I did not suggest that she go to one of the sleeping chambers on the floor above. For my part, I could not consider waking my patient. I would have to sit by him through the night, and I knew that she, too, preferred to be close to him. At any rate, I hadn't the cruelty to suggest that she remain alone in one of those shadowed, deathly silent rooms on the upper corridor through the long hours of sinister darkness that confronted us. I think that she slept very soon after she lay down. When I bent over her a moment later to drape a silken coverlet over her lovely figure, she did not stir. I realized then that I was the only person awake in this massive, spectral house. I was alone with the unknown being that patrolled the upper galleries. I closed the door of the room and bolted it. Very quietly, I returned to my chair and lowered myself. Then I sat there, staring fearfully into the deepening shadows, until I dozed into a fitful slumber. 2. If the spectre of the House of Ramsay crept out of its hidden lair that night, I did not know it. When I awoke, a welcome sunlight was sliding across the floor at my feet from the opposite window. I was alone in the room. Sir Edward and Lady Sybil had vanished. I stood up. It was difficult to believe in this glow of warm sunlight that anything unusual had occurred during the night. Evidently, nothing had. The door opened behind me, and the ferret-faced servant, scuffling forward, said evenly, "Breakfast is waiting, sir." I followed him to the dining hall, and there found my two companions. Lady Sybil rose to greet me with a smile. The boy remained seated. His face was extremely haggard and white. He nodded heavily. "Thought we'd let you sleep, Briggs," he said. "You earned it." He did not refer again to the previous night. Lady Sybil, too, maintained a discreet silence. When the meal was over, I called her to me. "I shall stay here," I said, "until I am sure that his terror does not return. I do not feel justified in leaving the house at the present time." "You wish me to do something, doctor?" I gave her a prescription. In substance, the desired medicine was little more than a tonic, though it contained a slight portion of morphine. It would serve to keep the boy's nerves under control, but I realized even then that the cause of his fear must be removed before any medicine would benefit him. Lady Sybil, however, promised to have the prescription filled. She had other matters to attend to, she said, and would probably return sometime in the late afternoon. When she had gone, I sought out once again those significant volumes that I had found the night before. I studied them for a very long time. It must have been well after 2 o'clock when Sir Edward came into the library. He slouched into a chair and remained there without any display of animation or life. When I got quietly to my feet and replaced the last book on the shelf, he looked at me without emotion. "Where to, Briggs?" he said dully. "With your permission," I replied, "I should like to have a look at the galleries." He nodded. I fancied that the slightest cloud of suspicion crossed his face, but he offered no objections. I had difficulty in finding my way. The route which led to the upper levels was no easy one to follow, winding as it did through a succession of peculiarly dark and unlighted corridors. Eventually, however, I found myself at the bottom of a circular staircase that coiled upward into the gloom of the floor above. I mounted the steps slowly, holding to the great carved banister for support, and, having reached the second landing, I followed the twistings of the passage by keeping as close to the wall as possible. At the end of this circular passage, a curtained window revealed the street below. As I peered down and saw the pavement far below me, I could not repress a shudder. Cautiously, I continued along this corridor to the bottom of a second staircase. Once again, with heavy steps, I groped upward. And here, at the top of the last incline, I found the upper galleries of the House of Ramsay. The room lay directly before me. Its massive door, standing half open, revealed a thread of light from some hidden source, a gleam which penetrated like a livid, groping hand into the blackness of the passage. I entered timidly, leaving the door open behind me. Before me extended a room of enormous size, more like a huge banquet chamber than an art alcove. The illumination was intense, coming as it did from a series of 4 broad windows set in the farther wall, windows which were uncurtained and designed to flood the interior with light. For the rest, the floor was lined with a smooth carpet of dull hue. The walls on opposite sides of me as I moved forward were devoted entirely to framed paintings. The rear wall, which contained the only entrance through which I had come, was carefully covered with a soft grey drape, cut to outline the wooden panels of the door. I had taken no more than a dozen steps forward into this strange chamber when I came to an abrupt halt. Before me, as I stood motionless, lay evidence that my patient had been here before me, a silk kerchief embroidered in black with his emblem. I recognized it instantly. He had worn it on the previous evening, tucked in the breast pocket of his jacket, and now it lay here on the carpet, damnable in its significance as I stared down at it. So he had not slept the night through. He had come here, come to this death room, to keep some infernal midnight tryst. I dropped the thing into my pocket. Having done this, I turned to inspect the magnificent works of art that surrounded me. And then, almost immediately after that first startling episode, came a second shock, 1,000 times greater than the first. The thing glared out at me with horrible malice. It hung before me, leering into my face. I recoiled from it with a sudden intake of breath. It was a skeleton, painted in dull values of grey and white, with a single blur of jet-black background, created by an artist who possessed a fiendish cunning for horrifying the human eye. Every revolting effect of death was incorporated into that ghastly countenance. And yet, in a medical sense, the thing was far from perfect. Even as I stared at it, I discerned a dozen very evident faults of construction. Hideous it was, but hideous only because the artist had sacrificed accuracy in order to make it so. The eye sockets, executed in a fiendish combination of grey pigments, were horribly empty and staring, but they were too close set to be natural. The frontal bone, a streak of livid white, was terrible in its effect, but far too broad. The 2 superior maxillary bones, forming the upper jaw and bounding the glaring, vacant nasal cavity, were hideously formed, but were separated on the undersurface from the row of broken teeth in order to lend that maddening grin to the mouth. There were other defects, easily recognizable. They were less significant, but as a work of horror, the skeleton before me was faultless. Never have I been so completely unnerved by something which I knew could hold no power over me. I went toward it with irresolute steps, determined to inspect it at close range and then leave the room immediately. The singular glare of its dead features had sapped all my curiosity. I wanted to get away from it. The painting was very old. Only 3 colors were evident: white, grey, and that sepulchral black. At the bottom of the heavy gilt frame I found the name of the artist, a name which choked on my lips as I cried it aloud. That name, faint and almost illegible, was Ravenel. Ravenel. In the year previous to his death, having formed a truce with the House of Ramsay, he did present to Sir Godfrey Ramsay 1 or 2 paintings of great value, executed by himself. I left the room with an inexplicable sense of fear. Fascination it might have been,
for that hideous thing behind me. Horror, it might have been, for the slow realization that here in this fiendish picture, lay the secret of innumerable murders and a hellish curse of madness. There is little more to tell. The concluding event of my stay in the house of Ramsay was not long in forthcoming. The hour was already late when I returned to the library on the lower floor. Sir Edward had not moved from his position. He greeted me with a nod, and the girl, who had returned during my tour of inspection, came toward me to give me the medicine I had ordered. I forced the boy to take it. Then, in depressing silence, we sat there, the three of us, as the hour grew later and later. Lady Sybil and I made a feeble attempt to play backgammon, but the boy's glassy eyes haunted us. The game was a mockery. When 10 o'clock came, I rose and took the boy's arm. "A night's sleep," I said sternly, "would be one of your best medicines." He glanced at me wearily, as if it hurt him to move. "You are turning in, Briggs?" "I am." He sank back into his chair with a half-inaudible murmur. I motioned quietly to Lady Sybil, thinking that if she left him, he would be certain to come with us, rather than be left alone. The girl had already prepared a room for herself on the upper floor. But the boy did not move. As I drew the door shut, he looked up suddenly and spoke in a voice that was strangely harsh. "Leave it open, Briggs. I'll go to bed in a while. Closed doors are ghastly just now." In the corridor outside, I said good night to Lady Sybil and climbed the stairs to my room. The room opened on an unlighted passage, a narrow, gloomy tunnel that twisted from darkness into darkness, revealed only by the glow of light from my own chamber. The hands of my watch, as I laid the timepiece carefully upon the table, stood at 32 minutes after 10 o'clock. No sound stirred in the great house. Lady Sybil, having climbed the stairs behind me, had gone to her room at the far end of the corridor. Below stairs, the servant of the penetrating eyes had evidently retired. It was perhaps 15 minutes later when I heard Sir Edward's step on the stairs. He climbed wearily, inertly. His tread moved along the corridor. I heard the door of his chamber open and close. After that, there was nothing but an ominous, depressing, sinister silence. I left my door open. Most men in my position would, I presume, have closed it and made haste to throw the bolt, but I found comfort, such as it was, in an open exit. I had no desire to be a rat in a trap. Nervously, I switched off the light and sank wearily to the bed. There I lay, facing the half-open door, striving to get rid of my thoughts. And there I lay when, a long time later, I was dimly conscious that the silence had dissolved into sound. It had no definite beginning, no positive substance. Only in the acute stillness of the capacious structure would it have been audible at all. Even then it was no more than a dead hum, like the drone of muted, smothered machinery. It increased in volume. For fully 60 seconds, perhaps longer, I lay unmoving, as the sound became a throbbing, wavering reality. I twisted about to stare at the door, as if I expected the vibrations to filter into my room and take the form of some ghastly, supernatural being. Then I heard something more, the distinct tread of human feet advancing quietly along the passage outside. And I saw the hunched form of Sir Edward Ramsay creeping slowly along the corridor. Visible for a moment only, he passed the open door of my chamber. An unearthly mask of sepulchral light surrounded him, an obscure, bluish vapour that seemed to rise out of the floor at his feet and hang about him like an ethereal cloak, a protean winding sheet. And I shall never forget the fear-haunted glare of the boy's eyes as he moved through the darkness. He walked as though an inner force guided him forward.
His hands hung lifelessly at his sides. His face was tense and ghastly grey, strained to an almost diabolical degree of expectancy. And then, passing out of my range of vision, he vanished. I sprang from the bed and reached the door in a stride. There I stopped, with both hands clutching the door frame. The sound of his footsteps had already died, but another form was coming silently out of the darkness and moving past me, the form of Lady Sybil following him. I did not hesitate then. I knew as surely as if the walls themselves were screeching it out to me that the boy was going to those infernal galleries in the upper recesses of the house. And up there would be that eternal fiend of murder and madness, that unnamed horror, which had for centuries preyed on the inhabitants of this ghastly dwelling. Groping into the passage behind those two grim figures, I fell into the mute procession. Far above me, that dirge of hell had risen to a whimpering moan, a human voice in torment, rising and falling with my steps as I paced forward. I saw the two figures before me now, the boy still enveloped in that weird mist, the girl silhouetted behind him. His tread was the tread of a man who had repeated this midnight journey many times, and knew every creaking board, every turn of the passage, every twist of the long, winding stairways that led into the upper gloom. He paced on and on. Behind him crouched the girl, shadowing him as a jungle cat might shadow some unknown, half-dreaded quarry. I saw that evil shroud of unnatural light ascend the stairs, hovering about him. Saw it grope down the second labyrinth, saw it climb again, up, into the Stygian murk. The girl crept after him, and I trailed behind with the utmost caution, lest he should turn and find me behind him. Only once, before the door of that chamber of abhorrence at the very roof of the house, did he hesitate. Then, swinging the heavy barrier open, he entered. Through that open doorway, in tripled intensity, came the voice of the House of Ramsay. It beat upon me in waves, a terrific summons, whining hideously, rising and falling with infuriate vehemence. And I knew in that frantic moment why Sir Edward had not fled in terror from this place of pestilence. He could not. That spectral voice possessed a spell that would allow no man to leave. It was irresistible in its cunning. I slunk forward. The girl had already crossed the threshold. As I slipped through the aperture, I saw them directly before me. Lady Sybil pressed flat against the wall, the boy surrounded by that protean well of light, standing motionless with both hands uplifted. The room was a pit of blackness, except for that bluish cone of light. A chill sensation took possession of me. I knew that we were not alone. I felt a malignant, gloating presence, invisible but sentient. All about me emanated that tenuous thread of sound, high-pitched now and wailing in an almost articulate voice. Human! The boy crept forward. He breathed heavily. His body quivered and trembled like a thing disjointed. I knew instinctively what he wanted. It was that grim thing on the farther wall. Mechanically, my eyes turned to stare at it. Then, overcome by what I saw, I fell back. A wall of darkness faced me. To right, to left, above and below, not a single detail of its construction was visible, except one. There, in the very space where that gleaming skeleton had hung before, a mad thing leered out at me. It was no dead rack of bones, not now. It was a face, a living, twisted, cruel face set atop a writhing body. Even as I watched, a mist of phosphorescent light, bluish-white, began to emanate from it. The rack of bones became a glowing torso, taking on human form. Young Ramsay stood glued to the floor before it. Behind me I heard a stifled sob come from the girl's lips. I could not advance. could not move. Slowly the thing changed contour. Slowly it twisted forward, coiling its sinuous way out of the great gilt frame. It was a skeleton no longer. It had become an undead form, indefinite in shape, swelling and contracting to grotesque mockeries of human mould. I saw a misty outline of ancient clothing hanging from its limbs, a garb that was hundreds of years old in style, and the face, lifted in terrible malice, was the face of an English nobleman. It burned with a frightful glow, vivid and unnatural. The living dead hands writhed up to the thing's own throat with evil suggestiveness. And then, as if from a great distance, a strangled screech split the silence of that room of death. The spectre's lips curled apart, revealing a double row of broken teeth. Words came through them, vicious, compelling words. To strangle oneself is better than to be mad for eternity. Do you hear, Ramsay? To strangle oneself. Sir Edward stumbled back, away from it. I saw his hands jerk up to his throat. I saw that fiendish, dead-alive creature lunge toward him. Then a thin cry rose behind me, from Lady Sybil's lips. I was pushed roughly aside. Sobbing wildly, the girl dashed past me and fell upon the great gilt frame, slashing at it with a knife-like thing which she clutched in her hand. Flat against it, she raked the canvas into ribbons, clawing, ripping at it in sheer madness. I think it was the sight of her, overcome by the horror of what we had seen, that made me move. I swung about, lurched forward. Against the wall, close to that living monstrosity, reeled Sir Edward. His face was livid with insanity. Insanity brought on by the damned thing that grappled with him. His mouth was twisted apart, thick with blood and foam. His body twisted convulsively, and his hands, his own hands, were clenched in his throat. That shapeless thing was all about him, hideously malformed. It had no limits, no bounds. It was a mould of bluish mist with leering face and groping hands. And the hands, God, I can never forget them. They were huge, hairy, black. They were twined about the boy's wrists, forcing the boy's fingers into his own throat, strangling him, murdering him. And the thumb of the hairy left hand was missing. With a mighty jerk, I wrenched those fingers from their hold. Behind me, the girl was still hacking at the contents of the huge frame, tearing the canvas. The wailing shriek rose to a frenzy, shrilled higher and higher. Then, all at once, the voice became a sob of unspeakable anguish, as the girl's knife struck home. It gurgled into silence. The massive shape before me dissolved into a circular, throbbing, writhing wraith of fog, with only hands and face visible. The face lifted upward in agony. The hands clenched on themselves, doubled into knots. Before my eyes the thing became a blurred outline, and then nothing. Young Ramsay slid to the floor on hands and knees, in a dead faint. I whirled about, stumbling to Lady Sybil's side. Neither of us noticed then that the room was once more in utter darkness. We were intent upon only one thing. Together we tore at that infernal painting, dragging it out of its frame, raking it to shreds. The frame fell with a crash, hurtling down upon us. Lady Sybil reeled back with a cry of fear. I held her erect. Together we stood there, staring into something empty and black and sinister. Presently, I found courage enough to grope for a match and strike it. I blundered forward, only to stop as if an outflung hand had suddenly thrust me back, while the match dropped from my fingers. I must have screamed, but I was saturated with horror. I was immune to anything more. Grimly, I found a second match, and, with the yellow glare preceding me, stepped into the aperture revealed by the falling of the picture. The space was long, thin, hardly more than 3 feet deep, a silent, ancient vault. There, lying at my feet, extended an oblong box, black and forbidding, with closed cover. A coffin. I scratched another match and lifted the cover slowly. Glowering up at me, made livid by the light of the match, lay a skeletonic form, long dead, crumbling in decay. I stared down at it for an eternity. It was repulsive, even in death. The skull was a grinning mask. The hands were folded on the chest, and the thumb of the left hand was missing. Beneath those hands lay something else, a rectangular plate of tarnished metal engraved with minute lettering. I picked it out with nervous fingers. The legend was hardly visible. I rubbed the metal on the sleeve of my coat, scraping away the film of dust, but the engraving had been scored deep. Holding the match close to it, I made out the words, "Sir Richard Ravenel, famous artist, eternal seeker into the secrets of the undead. His body placed here secretly by his son, in accord with the request made before his death. The hatred between Ramsay and Ravenel may never die." Mechanically, I returned the inscription to its resting place. The girl stood behind me. I stepped past her, out of the vault, and paced across the gallery to where Sir Edward Ramsay lay motionless on the floor. Lifting him in my arms, I turned to the door. "Come," I said to the girl. She followed me out of the room. In silence, we descended the black staircase to the lower levels. There, in the boy's chamber, I lowered Sir Edward to the bed, and, bringing my medicine kit from my own room, I worked over him until he regained consciousness. The boy stared up at me, reaching out to clutch my hand. He was weak, pathetically weak, but the haunted sheen of terror was gone out of his eyes. I moved away, allowing Lady Sybil to take my place. Then I left them there, those two who loved each other with a love that was more intense than the most utter terror of this gaunt house. I groped down the main staircase to the servants' level and roused the ferret-faced deaf man. Together, we climbed to the galleries. There, we dragged forth that grim coffin with its horrible contents. Later, in the kitchen of that sinister house, we kindled a great fire. Into it, we cast the remains of the shattered picture. Into it, we threw the oblong box. And we stood there side by side, with the scarlet glare of the flames reflected in our faces, until the curse of the House of Ramsay had burned to a handful of dead ashes. The Dunstable Horror by Arthur Pendragon. 1. A paleographer cannot be thought a madman. To avoid such a charge, I have suppressed until my retirement the story which I now add to this book of memoirs. Do not doubt the accuracy of the tale. My memory has not failed me in probing the skin of this earth. It could not betray me now. For I bear like an old unclosed wound the remembrance of that horror in the forest north of Dunstable. I had come from the British Museum to Dunstable in northern New England during the rainy March of 1920 in order to find and study the long-buried records of the Massaquoi tribe of Red Indians. They were an isolate and obscure nation, a sea-marsh people who perished shortly after the foundation of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. My grips and gear were thrown from the creaking passenger train at the Boston and Maine depot on the outskirts of the town. From the platform of the small Victorian building, the landscape was singularly depressing. The continual drizzle of winter's end reduced all to a monochrome grey of
muddy flats and dripping scrub-topped hills. I would have been stranded, were it not for the New England type lounging with the station master in the telegraph office. As I entered the warmth of the waiting room, he casually surveyed my dripping waterproof and the cut of my clothes, remarking dryly, "Looks like the tourist season has begun." I took an instant dislike to the man, which went beyond the sneer of his remark. However, since his was the only team outside, I forced myself to be polite, to suffer his arrogance for the sake of a ride to town and a warm billet. After a few minutes of conversation, he rose to his feet and grudgingly offered to drive me into Dunstable, if I would help him load the wagon. We wrestled several boxes of parts for his lumber mill, apparently the only industry in this area of rocky farms, into the back of the wagon and added my gear. As the team plodded through the cold mist, I found him more talkative than the traditionally taciturn New Englander. He commented, in a fragmentary fashion, on his mill, his position of authority in the town, and his affluence. From the very beginning, his family, the Varnums, had inhabited the town, and he was the culmination of the line. Although unmarried at 40, he had decided to take a wife when time allowed in order to perpetuate the Varnum house. The wagon swung onto a paved and wider thoroughfare, posted as the Black North Road. Varnum finished his monologue and eyed me suspiciously, asking why I had come all the way up the coast to Dunstable. I decided to put an end to his egoistic spouting by exploiting the awe for learning shared by the middle classes, and so replied, "I am Thomas Grail of the British Museum, and I have come to find Porquatogue." To my utter astonishment, he recognized the name of the great sorcerer of the Massaquoits, the evil Merlin of the New England tribes. Varnum saw the surprise on my face. "Oh, yes. The family had a certain, contact with Porquatogue when they first landed." He smiled darkly and alluded to several diaries he had inherited with his father's estate. I would not learn the peculiar nature of that contact and its terrible result until later. We rolled onto the covered bridge over the Penobscot River. On the far bank lay Dunstable, its lights wanly glowing against the foggy dusk. "I suppose this means you'll be going up north into the forest," Varnum said. "You'll have a hard time getting anyone to go with you." I told him that I could offer good wages, and that the work would not be difficult, merely a bit of digging. "You've got 3 things working against you," he replied. "Number 1, the frost is coming out of the ground, and the farmers will be putting in the seed pretty soon. Number 2, the ice broke on the Penobscot and the Kennebago last week, so the mill will be running at top speed in a few days." He cracked the reins as we left the bridge for the main road. And number 3, everyone's been sort of reluctant to go farther north than the logging camps since the animals came floating down river. He pointed out a mill pond at the side of a small dam. The oily water circled and foamed in endless eddies. That pond has been almost full of dead animals 2 or 3 times since the thaw began. Came floating downstream from beyond the last logging camp. Squirrels, foxes, even a deer or 2. Never saw anything like it. I asked how they had died. As far as we could tell, by drowning, as if something had driven them into the river. When the snow melts in the uplands, the current gets vicious. You'll see it at its worst in about a week. Ever since then, nobody has gone beyond the camps. Superstitious peasants. He laughed wryly. And some of my men who've been past the camps, laying out cutting stakes, even say they saw a glow in the forest after dark, near the marshes. I just couldn't convince them that they had seen an ordinary will-o'-the-wisp. I recognized the popular name for ignis fatuus, a light seen at night moving across bogs, thought to be caused by the slow oxidation of gases from rotting vegetation. "But surely," I said, "they must see that sort of thing often around here, judging from the number of fens I passed on the train." Varnum snorted. They all said this light was different, steady, not flickering, and moving from the marshes into the forest. They're just trying to get out of camp duty, lazy oxes. I have to keep after them all the time. We reined up before the Dunstable Inn, which looked as though it had received its last repair in colonial times. "Well, that's what you're up against, Mr. Grail of the British Museum." Varnum dropped my bags into the muddy street. "If you're going to come all this way to dig up a 300-year-old Indian, you've got to expect little problems like this. If you ask me, you grave robbers are all a little bit off." He laughed and rained on the team, spattering me with mud as the wagon was enveloped in the steady drizzle. Chilled and disgusted, I collected my gear and entered the inn. Varnum was correct in his prediction about the difficulty of obtaining guide service. The following morning, after a restive night in a battered four-poster, I began to make the rounds. At the feed and general store, I was met with the reticence and suspicion of the Highland New Englanders. The booted farmers and hands fell silent when I entered, awed by my accent. When I told them of my purpose, they shifted their bodies uneasily. I promised a good week's wages, and in some I could see raging the battle between the desire for money and some strange dread. But they all hung back, muttering lame excuses, saying, "You're sure to get someone at the mill." The mill pond was already filling with rafts of logs ridden downstream by the pikemen. The rasp of a giant saw somewhere in the bowels of the mill trembled across the damp air. At the hiring office, I was informed that the mill was laying on a second shift that night, and that no one would be available for a week's leave. Furthermore, the foreman doubted that I would be able to get a single townsman to accompany me, because the news of the dead animals and the light in the forest had made the residents fearful of travelling beyond the logging camps on the two rivers. When I left the office, a small crowd of workers had gathered on the bank of a short canal, which ran from the mill pond into large dark orifices beneath the brick building, in which the rushing water turned underground wheels to power the saw. A line of wooden floats connected by a heavy chain closed the mouth of the canal against any influx of debris which might jam the wheels. Bobbing against this guard line were the bodies of numerous small animals. I walked into the knots of loitering mill hands for a closer look at the animals. Grey squirrels, chipmunks, and several large hares, forest dwellers which generally avoid the water. The squirrel which I examined bore no marks of disease or violence. It had apparently drowned, since the chest cavity was heavy with water. I remember that Varnum had spoken of similar occurrences during the past weeks, and a curious fear touched me for an instant. Had these animals actually sought out a water death, like the lemmings which I had seen literally choking the Trondheim fjord in Norway the previous year? Or had something driven them before it, something so repugnant to even their coarse animal mentality that they preferred the water they abhorred to its presence? I returned to the inn that afternoon, puzzled both by the sight of the animals at the mill and by the fear of the townspeople at the mere mention of going north beyond the lumber camps. If necessary, I could go it alone. The previous autumn I had sighted from the air what I believed to be the remains of the Chief Massaquoi campsite, but the location was 35 miles north of Dunstable, through an alien forest, and the going would not be easy. I had not long been at the inn, when a servant called with the message that Mr. Varnum would be pleased to entertain me at dinner that evening. Any company would have been preferable to the loneliness of the town after dark. So I accompanied the man in a wagon to the Varnum house, mystified at the sudden largesse of a person who seemed to resent my presence as one whom he could not awe with his authority. My host met me at the door of his manse-like stone house. As he conducted me to his drawing-room, he smiled knowingly. "I hear you weren't too successful at the feed store and mill today." "No," I said.
All the men I asked seemed too busy for the project, or perhaps they were a bit afraid at the prospect of going beyond the camps. Craven, superstitious bumpkins, the lot of them. Since those animals began showing up at the mill, they've been acting like old women. Varnum dismissed the subject with a contemptuous wave of the hand. He poured me what he called a hearty old colonial drink, aptly named the Dog's Nose, a bumper of warm ale to which he added a jigger of gin. The taste was wretched, but I stomached it in deference to his attempt at hospitality. "By the way, you saw the mill pond today?" he asked. "Yes, the animals have begun to appear again," I said. "Forest creatures, which seldom go near the water. Puzzling and a bit eerie." "Why, Mr. Grail of the British Museum," said Varnum in a mock surprise, "are you becoming a little unsure about the trip to find your sorcerer? Don't tell me that a few waterlogged animals are giving a man of science cold feet." "My dear Varnum," I replied, considerably nettled, "let me assure you that I have seen things far more eerie than a few squirrels bobbing in a mill pond. Whatever the phenomenon, sir, it is all grist for the mill of science, and we will find it out." Varnum grunted and motioned me to the dining room, where dinner was laid out by his decrepit housekeeper. The menu was a boiled New England dinner, more bland than the tasteless food which gluts Britannia. While eating, I remarked on the gallery of portraits, mostly in American primitive style, which covered the walls of the room. Varnum bore a striking resemblance to the first portrait, although the family features appeared in all of them: small, heavily lidded eyes, insipidity of the brow, large nose, and the surprise of a markedly narrow and thin-lipped mouth set between heavy and sensual jowls. "You've noticed the resemblance between Prester and myself," Varnum said, pausing in ravenous devoural of the steaming food. He shook his fork at the portrait. "A real rake. For one of the old guard, he was a high stepper. You should read his diaries. By Nick, I'll show them to you after supper." He flicked a fragment of cabbage off his vest. "The folks used to tell me that I was the reincarnation of Prester, but it must go only skin deep. I have no time for women. Too much to be done. The mill, the town council, and now this damned business beyond the camps to be settled." I was amazed at his lack of interest in the subject of the ladies, myself having been without an amour since the pretty but petulant botanist at Harvard, who had been a most charming companion, until I became completely unnerved by the continual presence of beef-eating plants in her flat. Varnum's sang-froid, I decided, was simply another aspect of the consuming ambition which drove the man to his displays of arrogance. We arose from the wreckage of the dinner and re-entered the drawing-room for cigars and a look at the diaries of Prester Varnum. My host excused himself to go and fetch them, indicating the liquor cabinet to me before he left. I surveyed the dismal array of American firewater, fit for no civilized gullet, my spirits sagging until I saw a tenth of Cointreau forgotten in the corner. The sugary crystals on the bottle's neck formed an unbroken seal. Varnum was obviously not an enthusiast of the delightful liquor. I wrenched the cap off and poured myself a finger as he returned with several calf-bound octavos. Varnum at first persisted in showing me the sections chronicling the romantic peccadilloes of his ancestor. These were of little interest, merely egomaniacal neighings of no great literary or historical merit. Far more to my use was the matter concerning the extinction of the Massaquoi tribe, of whose annihilation Prester was the root cause. The cramped and minuscule script cold-bloodedly narrated the tragedy of this race. In the spring of 1657, Prester Varnum, accompanied by his Mohegan guide, Mamtunk, had passed from the hamlet of Dunstable northward, along the Penobscot, seeking the extent of the pine resources in that area. During the journey, they had surprised a woman of the Massaquoits. Putting aside his stern Calvinism for the nonce, Prester had enjoyed her, despite Mamtunk's warning about reprisals
against Dunstable by her tribe. The woman later escaped and fled in shame back to her people. Not long after, Prester had fallen ill with a fever in the forest, and was brought back to the settlement in a travois by the Mohegan. When they arrived, the town was in the grip of the second outbreak of plague since its foundation 9 years before. Worse, a friendly savage had informed the inhabitants that because a colonist had molested a wife of Porquetogue, the Massaquoit shaman, the tribe was preparing for war. During that black summer, Dunstable buried its dead and readied itself for the Massaquoit onslaught. Smallpox claimed over 1/3 of the villages, including Mamtunk. But Prester Varnum recovered, and was strong again by the time it was discovered that the Massaquoits had perished to a man, infected by the unknown white through the wife of Porquetogue. The courier who brought the news also spoke of the curse which the sorcerer had levied upon the defiler of his wife, that the line of descent which produced such a man would end most horribly, and in the same manner as the extinction of the Massaquoits. However, Prester discounted this as superstition, and indeed came to a peaceful death in his sleep at 72, leaving many children to mourn him both in Dunstable and the nearby Indian camps. I closed the diaries of Prester Varnum and exhaled slowly. The narration of the needless extinction of the Massaquoits had depressed me considerably. But the flare of a match as my host lit his cold cigar, and then mine, brought me back among the living. Varnum cleared his throat importantly. He had become increasingly impatient as I lost myself in the pages of his ancestor. "You've probably been wondering all evening why I invited you," he said. This phenomenon, as you call it, is beginning to be troublesome to me. There are some fine stands of pine beyond the last camp, between the Penobscot and the marshes. I'll have that lumber at any price." "If you can get your crews to go into the area," I said. "They seem to have little stomach for it." Varnum took a deep draught of bourbon. "Exactly. As long as these animals that keep floating down river are unexplained, my boys'll be jumpier than a bull at fly time about getting into that timber. We know the animals drowned. The vet examined a few and found nothing from disease, no marks or broken skin, no singed fur from a brush fire, nothing except water in the lungs. The question is, why in hell did they jump into the Penobscot in the first place?" "Perhaps they were driven," I hazarded. "By what?" "The Headless Horseman," I answered, sipping my Cointreau. Varnum failed to detect the note of humour in my voice. "You're not superstitious too, are you?" "It was merely a drollery," I assured him. "Oh. Well, whatever the reason, my friend, I won't have my men harassed by a will-o'-the-wisp and a few sopping animals. I'm going along with you. When do you leave?" I was inwardly seething at being told that I would be accompanied, but allowed little sign of this emotion to betray itself on my face. It would be at least better than going it alone. "I plan to leave day after tomorrow," I replied. "Tomorrow I'll hire the horses at the livery stable." "Good. I'll see you then," said Varnum, rising from his seat. Apparently the evening was over, although it was only 10 o'clock. At the door there were no amenities, simply a curt "good night" by Varnum, as though dismissing an inferior. As I rode in the wagon back to the inn, I found myself boiling over my host's bad manners. For the sake of a guide to my project site, I would suffer the man's company, although it probably would not be the most pleasant 2 weeks I would spend at a site. I consoled myself by fondling the 10th of Cointreau which I had surreptitiously tucked into the inside pocket of my black greatcoat upon leaving. Why waste it on a boor with no palate, I thought, and laughed aloud. The first frogs answered from the marshes where the faint blue will-o'-the-wisp hung over last winter's cattails like an augury. By the time of our meeting 2 days later I had hired 4 horses, 2 as mounts and 2 for portage.
It had taken me almost a full day to prepare the gear we would transport to the burial site of the Massaquoits: the probing bars, shovels, picks, brooms, and padded hardwood boxes which would protect whatever fragile birch-bark rolls had survived. This baggage, plus rations, camping equipment, firearms, and a copy of Pope's Essay on Man, composed the burdens of our 2 pack horses. We left Dunstable as the sun rose on a clear day, a rarity in the New England spring. When I gave Varnum my compass readings and landmark notes on the site, he found that we would be able to use the most northerly of the logging camps as a jumping-off point for the burial ground. Thus, we were able to keep to logging roads and tracks for a good part of the trek. On entering the great New England forest, I experienced an almost religious awe which was never duplicated in any other jungle, veldt, canebrake, or tundra of this earth. A brooding stillness invested all. The light filtered greenly through the solemn pines and hemlocks, so that even the air we breathed seemed the color of the vegetation which pressed in around us. The sound of hooves was muffled by the thick carpet of dry, reddish needles, the organic sediment of the centuries. When a bird called, the echo amid the quiet was startling. One felt that a blasphemer had defiled a dark and sacred place, and the small towns and hamlets of the forest seemed to share my awe, huddled as they were along the sea marshes, as if they preferred the known dangers of the sullen North Atlantic to the silent encroachments of the dark woods. Their names stark, staunch, reflecting the cold indefatigability of the Yankee settlers: Sabbath Day, Ice Pond, Lanson Depot, Wind Flume, and Bell Shoals. Varnum was immune to such feelings, riding before me with his head sunk into a great woolen muffler, lost in thoughts of cutting schedules, board feet, and distances along the Penobscot to the mill at Dunstable. He also seemed unmoved by the unshakably ominous foreboding which had beset me since leaving the town. I found my mind turning back inexorably to the sight of the animals revolving lifelessly in the black eddies of the mill pond, and to the thought of the blue nimbus, so much like the will-o'-the-wisp, but feared by the lumberman more than the Penobscot at flood. I tried to concentrate on the work which lay ahead, finding the site, the excavations, the discovery, identification, and packing of the Massaquoit pictographs. But there, in the greenish light and stillness north of Dunstable, the emotion was irrepressible. 2. On the morning of the 3rd day, after a night's halt at the most northerly of the logging camps, we arrived at the site. The reader may wonder at the ease with which we located the tribal ground of the Massaquoits. But, in addition to compass fixes and landmark notes, I had another factor working for me: the almost eternal sterility of land used for many years as a camping place. Because of constant foot traffic, cooking and smelting fires, and the disposal of alkaline solutions used in primitive tanning, the land is so leached and eroded that it can support only the hardiest of weeds. I recognized the site immediately upon breaking out of the scrub pine into the roughly circular 15-acre clearing. There were no middens or refuse mounds, for these had long ago vanished under the winds of the summer hurricane and incursions of scavenger animals. There were, however, rows of blackish depressions in the earth, which once held the lodge-poles supporting the Massaquoit dwellings. Except for these, the ground was clean of any trace of a civilization. If anything were to be found here, it would be an occasional discarded arrowhead, or shard of pottery, or other artifact of the tribe. The birch-bark picture records would be in the burial ground, distributed among the graves of the chiefs and first warriors. Unlike many of their neighbors, the tribe of Pawcatoag cremated their dead and interred the remains. The corpse was not lashed to a scaffold or tree limb to tatter in the wind. We made camp at the center of the clearing, pitching the 2 one-man tents about 20 yards apart on either side of the fire. I was eager to find the burial ground, and Varnum wished to ride through the area, both to inspect the stands of timber and to search for any trace of the mystery which had been worrying his men. Accordingly, we agreed to meet back at camp before sundown. Through the long afternoon, I made shallow preliminary excavations at the burial ground, about a mile northwest of our camp. It was not long before I found the first of the pictographs, interred with the remains of one who had been a major warrior. The primitive stick figures might have come from the hand of a child, so simple were they, carefully drawn in berry dyes on sheets of birch bark, packed in a matrix of alkaline ash, which preserved them from fungus and bacteria through the centuries. But while the analytical faculties of my mind feasted on the details of the records, my emotions were disturbed with the same sense of foreboding which had dogged me on the passage from Dunstable. Perhaps it was the starkness of the area, or the solemnity of walking in the footpaths of a vanished race. Whatever the cause, I was relieved to find Varnum waiting at the camp on my return. He had lit the campfire, although it was not yet sundown, and glanced up as he gingerly inserted a dry log into the blaze. "Did you find your Indian comic books?" he asked. "Yes. The records are buried with the remains, just as I thought they would be. I took only a sampling today, but the pictographs seem remarkably well preserved. But a rather curious thing, I didn't see the grave of Porquatogue, although that should be the most clearly indicated of them all, with at least a rock cairn atop it." Varnum looked into the fire with an expression of absolute disinterest. "Perhaps the old faker was assumed into the Indian heaven. He was supposed to be a witch doctor or something, wasn't he? Well, perhaps I overlooked the grave. But it should be large and easy to find, what with the immense number of trappings they buried their shaman with." I poured myself a cup of coffee. "How did your day go? Any sign of anything?" Varnum laughed shortly. "Not a thing. Those old women who call themselves lumbermen are afraid of a will-o'-the-wisp, just as I said. No tracks, nothing unusual for miles around. A moving blue light. Nonsense!" "But what of the animals in the mill pond?" I asked. "How should I know? Maybe they take some sort of a fit that makes them leap into the water. It could be anything like that." He was complete in his confidence, but his self-assuredness did not relieve me of that foreboding, which was now almost a part of my mind. We finished supper shortly after total darkness enveloped the forest. Varnum rose in the circle of firelight, stretched, and rubbed his unshaven jowls. "Are you going digging tomorrow?" he asked. "Yes, I'll try to find the grave of Porquatogue. And you?" "I'll ride northwest about 8 miles. There's a stand of pine that looks good from here." He scratched his sides, and without a further word entered his tent and drew down the door flap. Since the night chill had come up, I banked the fire and retired to my tent, bringing the few birch rolls with me. By the light of the kerosene lantern, I sat for an hour deciphering those of the records which were easily legible. Although fragmentary, they spoke of the last days of the tribe during the smallpox epidemic, which they believed was a curse levied upon them because of the illicit congress between Porquatogue's wife and the colonist. One roll mentioned that at the first sign of smallpox tokens on her body, the woman was slaughtered most cruelly, and her carcass literally thrown to the dogs. But this gesture of appeasement to the gods was ineffectual. Each succeeding roll was covered with drawings of dismembered bodies, the Massaquoi method of depicting death from disease. The living perished even as they keened the dirges for the dead in their birch lodges. When I found myself drowsing over the records, I snuffed the lantern, bedded down, and was immediately asleep. But it was not long after midnight when I suddenly awoke to the feel of Varnum shaking me. In the glare of his battery lantern I could see his rifle glinting in his hand. "Get up," he said. "Something's wrong outside." I drew on my leggings and seized my own rifle. In the darkness of the campsite, the ashes of the banked fire glowed hotly. "To the northeast," Varnum whispered. "Animal noises." I listened carefully, straining to hear over the roiling of the Penobscot, which had risen during the night. When I had retired, the only sounds were the metrical chirruping of the crickets and the eerie call of a night-roving whippoorwill. I could still hear only these sounds and the river. I looked at Varnum and shrugged. "Wait till the wind swings around," he said. The breeze, which had been at our backs, began to turn with excruciating slowness until it cooled our faces as we stared off into the black wood. As its direction shifted, the wind brought with it at first the merest suspicion of a sound on the very edge of audibility, which gradually burgeoned into a high murmur. With a thrill of fear, I recognized the sound as a frantic chorus of animal voices. "Coming this way," Varnum said. He snapped off the safety on his rifle. "What's driving them?" I asked. "I don't know. Never saw anything like this." Even as he spoke, the murmur became a steady wail of individual yipping ululations. From the edge of the camp came the noise of bodies thudding through the thickets of scrub pine. We dropped to our knees by the tents, rifles at the ready, just as a wave of small, dark shapes burst into the lantern-lit clearing, filling the night with a mad chattering as they swept over the ground. Some of the larger animals could not check their momentum and plunged through the fire, sending a plume of sparks through the tops of the pines and hemlocks. Missing their grips on the dark branches above, squirrels dropped into the light, then scurried in confusion back into the total darkness. Under the press of bodies, the 2 tents collapsed. Loose gear was thrown about the camp and into the thickets on the edge of the clear ground. All at once, a full-grown buck exploded into the clearing and made for us blindly, his great rack of antlers lowered. We fired simultaneously, and the shock of the slugs lifted the spray from his sides as he leapt high in the air, then thudded dead to the earth. All the animals headed unerringly for the Penobscot, as if they were being herded to their destruction. Behind us, we heard splashings as the first of the wave skittered down the steep banks into the flood. But the noise did not subside, a horrible collective moan made in the extremities of terror. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the stampede ended. The night was still again, save for the river, the crickets, and the lone whippoorwill. We waited without a word for 15 minutes, each on one knee, safety still off and torches out, peering into the forest. Although the air was chill, Varnum mopped his brow. "Did you see anything?" I asked. I don't know." Varnum rose hesitantly and began building up the fire. "For a time I thought I saw something. Something blue, like a glow, through the trees, but it was so faint I'm not sure." I was baffled. What could have caused such a flight? There was no fire, no sound except that of the animals, yet they were running for their lives. In the glow of the fire, Varnum's face was haggard. "Do you really think I look like Prester?" he asked. "Why, yes. The resemblance is a bit startling. Why do you ask?" There was a macabre oddity about his question in these circumstances. "Never mind. Just a thought." He laughed, but it was a dry, whickering sound, rooted not in humour, but in fear. For the remainder of the night we sat by the fire, dozing on our rifles, never daring to fall asleep completely. The first timorous glow of dawn through the ground mist rising from the marshes was a welcome sight. With the coming of day, we repegged our tents and retired for a few hours' rest. By 9 o'clock, the fat sun had dispelled the forest chill. Varnum approached me as I tightened the harness about the pack-horse in preparation for the short trek to the burial ground. "Say, how much longer do you want to stay here?" His manner lacked the arrogance which had grated on me at other times. As he spoke, his tone was almost supplicating. "After last night, I'm not sure," I replied. "I had planned to stay at least a week, but now it seems there is something wrong in this forest. The warden should be notified about the animals." "But how much longer?" he asked. "If I can find the grave of Porquatogue today, we can leave in 3 days at the very latest." "Then I'll give you a hand," Varnum said. Apparently his desire to see the timber resources in the area had vanished. We rode to the burial ground, each sunk in his own thoughts. Varnum was undoubtedly troubled by the wave of animals which had come to a watery end in the Penobscot. As for myself, I was frankly puzzled and not a little disturbed. As far as I knew, there was nothing in the natural order that could cause such a phenomenon, except fire, and in the fungused and dripping underbrush that night there had been no fire, save for the eerie but harmless glows over the fens adjoining the river. Disease organisms could cause such madness, but I knew of none that affected such a large number of species simultaneously. Had I been a zoologist, perhaps I would have exulted over the chance of discovering new information about the behavior of forest dwellers. As a student of ancient records, versed only incidentally in animal lore, I could only stand in awe and bewilderment. All that second day we worked at the burial ground. I had abandoned my plan of collecting as many of the subsidiary rolls as possible, and instead aimed at locating the grave of Porquatogue immediately. Varnum and I hammered our iron sounding bars into the flinty soil innumerable times, locating the individual graves by the softness of their contents, as contrasted to the density of the surrounding soil. As we probed, I noticed that Varnum's hand trembled as he guided the bar. He swallowed often, and although the day was cool, his face and neck were covered with a web of perspiration. The man had a look of doom about him. It was late afternoon when our probes found an area of soft soil which, because of its size, could only be the grave of an important member of the tribe. As we dug through the layers of decaying pine needles and sterile earth, my conviction grew that this was indeed the grave of Porquatogue. We removed cache after cache of wampum-peag, the cowrie shell money which paid the spirit's passage to the next world. Our trowels and shovels uncovered fire-blackened cooking utensils, fine weapons, and the remains of what had been rich ceremonial vestments 300 years before. But the richest treasure would be the records which chronicled the life of the shaman, his feats, his genealogy, and his death. With each succeeding foot that we penetrated into the grave, Varnum's tension grew, and was transmitted in part to me. He did not speak, but I could read his anxiety in his jerky motions as he wielded the shovel and in the serious cast of his features. Although I had opened many graves in my researches, I resonated with his emotion. A strange, unreasoning pall of fear settled over the burial ground. We struck the level of ashes, in which would be buried the pictographs. The body, or bones, would be just below this. Gently, with a small whisk broom and an old lobster pick, I separated the fragile rolls from their protective crust of ash, and handed them to Varnum as he knelt on the lip of the grave. He dropped one, and apologized for his clumsiness, saying that he was not himself. And I, kneeling in the mould above the resting place of the greatest of the northeastern tribal sorcerers, was not completely composed myself. When the rolls were cleaned and packed in their padded boxes, I walked to where Varnum was sitting like a dumb man. "Shall we have a look?" He nodded and rose with an air of resignation. We re-entered the excavation, and with trowels cut into the hardened ash, which the Massaquoits believed would preserve the skeleton for eternity, for any injury to the remains would affect the spirit in the next world. We scraped and sifted through at least a half-yard of the grey ash. Then Varnum's trowel rang against a granite ledge. "Oh God," he whispered to himself. "The bottom." I continued digging in my corner of the excavation, trying to uncover some part of the remains, but not a fragment of bone was at the bottom. "Nothing," I said quietly. We stared at each other. The layer of ash had been unbroken, the funereal gifts in perfect arrangement, the grave undisturbed for 3 centuries, and yet no remains. Beads of perspiration broke out on Varnum's brow. The forest at dusk, which had been tranquil, became ominous because of our discovery. "But bodies just can't vanish, can they?" asked Varnum, almost pleading. "There is always a trace," I said. "Sometimes, if the soil is abnormally acid, and water continually leaches down, the bones, the clothing, even metal objects will disintegrate. But the hair always remains, yards of it, in the case of a woman, since it continues growing for a time after death." "There's no water seepage here," Varnum said. "The grave bottom's on a granite shelf, and there's no hair at all, almost as though there never were a body." "Ridiculous. These Indians did not make mock graves. This one is genuine, but inexplicably something has happened to the remains. I've never encountered such a thing before." We rose in the ashen light. "We've done all we can here," I said. "During the next 2 days I'll clean the rolls further and pack them in preservative for the trip back. Then we'll fill the grave and leave Porquatogue for the paleontologists. We must get back to Dunstable and notify the authorities about that stampede last night." Varnum helped me to strap the record container securely to the back of the pack horse. We rode back to the tents, arriving a few minutes before universal darkness settled over the wood. Against the possibility of another stampede, we decided to stand watches through the remainder of the nights we would be on the camping ground. During the next 2 days, I was continually busy preparing the records for transport back to Dunstable, and, eventually, the British Museum. Every particle of ash which might abrade the delicately figured surface of each roll had to be teased away. A coating of paraffin was applied to protect the dry birch bark from the atmosphere. This would suffice until a more durable preservative could be used. Despite my preoccupation with the rolls, I could not overlook a progressive deterioration in Varnum's morale. On the evening of our discovery at the grave, he had suffered nightmares all through his sleep. Sitting on watch, I could hear him moaning and speaking unintelligibly to some unknown adversary. When he came on watch, he was obviously unrested and bore a harried expression about his eyes which only first light would dispel. On the second evening, his discomfort was worse. I decided to wake him, since the sounds which issued from his throat were scarcely human. It's the same as last night," he gasped, blinking in the light from my lantern. "I can see myself asleep in the tent, and you sitting on watch, but there's something else there beyond the clearing, something which is slowly moving in toward the tents, and you can't see it, but it's there, coming for me." The man was almost hysterical. In view of his condition, I decided to stand his watch for him, and so administered a sedative from the medical kit which I hoped would at least quiet the terrible sounds and cries he had been making. When he fell back to sleep, I took a turn around the fringe of the clearing, then returned to my seat by the fire. For a time, wrapped in my blanket, I contemplated to try at deciphering the records of Porquatogue, but the light from the embers was feeble. In retrospect, I doubt that I could have long concentrated on the pictographs, given the situation. My mind was occupied with thoughts of the unnatural fear which hung over Dunstable in this forest, the unspoken fear of the townsmen at the mere mention of penetrating north of the lumbering camps, the bizarre sight of animal bodies circling aimlessly in the eddies of the millpond, the inane, chattering flight of the animal horde through the forest and into the Penobscot. And now our failure to find a trace of the shaman in his virgin, untouched grave.
With an effort of will, I forced my mind away from these thoughts, since there in the ruddy glow of the dying fire I found myself becoming mortally afraid. I was a grown man, only a few years away from the slaughter of Bellow Wood. I had been afraid there, yet had never betrayed the emotion since I was among my fellows. With the romanticism of a nobler age, we thought we were all marked for death, and so resigned ourselves. But there in that black forest, where each breath brought the taste of mould, there was no flashing cannonade, or shrapnel warbling into trenches, or bullets thudding through the olive drill of uniforms, only the steady dripping of the leaves, the smell of unknown centuries of decay and dissolution, and the unbearable silence. Although I trust no human group above the size of a British infantry platoon, that night I longed for the babble of a crowd. To compose myself, I reached inside my pack and drew out the dog-eared copy of the works of Alexander Pope, my beloved Pope, whose graceful verse had solaced me on many such a watch. I hunched in my blanket against the fire, rifle at my knee, and almost pushed the sense of foreboding from my mind. It was 2 hours before dawn, and I had just finished Windsor Forest, when the pain began. Without warning, I was in the extremities of agony. Every joint, nerve, and organ writhed under a pain so intense it was exquisite. I bit my tongue and tasted blood as the volume slipped from my fingers. Entirely paralyzed, I began to fall forward, afire in a frenzy of pain and fear, but unable to scream and hardly to breathe. The brief interval of my fall seemed a day. Although my mind was numbed, a small, cold faculty dispassionately and at great speed reviewed the possible causes of my agony. A cerebral hemorrhage? An injury to the spinal cord, grievously damaging the major nerve bundles? A crushing blow to the cerebellum? With damp moss against my cheek, I lay facing Varnum's tent across the fire, almost mad with the spasms which tethered up and down my limbs. My God, I thought, is this the end? And then, on the periphery of my vision, sliding in across the fringe of the clearing, soundlessly, inexorably, came the damned thing. A cold blue glow, a lurid phosphorescence which gave no warmth to the night which enveloped it. It crossed the open space, my pain increasing with its approach, but no merciful unconsciousness came. The nimbus passed through the fire, while not an ember stirred, not a spark rode the column of warm air. Ignoring me, it made for Varnum's tent, from which came the sounds of a sleeper in the throes of a horrid dream, the mumbled cries of a mind battling a hideous foe. As I listened, laying mute like a felled animal, the cries hanged in timbre, and Varnum was awake. The glow hovered over, then invested the entire tent, its unearthly light playing over the canvas and ropes like St. Elmo's fire in the rigging of a ship. The door flap burst open, and Varnum bolted out, naked to the waist, clawing his flesh in the air as the radiance settled around him. On his chest and arms the muscle bundles were twitching and cramping spasmodically. From his frantic screams, I knew he shared the agony in which I lay. Frenziedly, he ran through the fire, setting his leggings ablaze in a vain attempt to outrun his tormentor. "Grail, for the love of God, help me!" he cried. He wore the glow like a cloak. His limbs pulsated with an unholy light, and thrashed about like those of a madman. With a sudden shock that rose even above my numbing pain, I realized that Varnum was headed toward the river. He passed out of my field of vision, as his agonized screams were joined by the crackling of underbrush. I tried to move my arms, to grasp my rifle, to seize a brand from the fire, anything to relieve my terror through action. But I was paralyzed as surely as if my spinal cord was severed. I could only lie sobbing as the wails grew more distant, finally vanishing under the roar of the flooding Penobscot. With the knowledge that Varnum now shared the fate of the stampeding animals, blessed unconsciousness came. I revived shortly before dawn, groggy at first, then wide awake. The paralysis and pain had left me. Now I experienced a wild desire to run, to leave the damned campsite. I loped to the brush near the river, and lay amid the wet leaves, expecting the reappearance of the awful thing at any moment. Thoughts of Prester Varnum, the curse of Porquetogue on the Varnum house, and the empty grave seethed through my mind, dominated by the image of that inexorable blue nimbus moving across the clearing and through the fire like a mad surrealist's rendering of the Angel of Death. With the coming of dawn I returned to the campsite, and hurriedly packed the more important gear and the precious rolls, leaving the tents and utensils to rot away. I paused briefly at the burial ground to pack the few cases of unprocessed rolls I had left there. Then I rode headlong through the forest, toward Dunstable, as fast as the pack-horses and Varnum's riderless mount would permit. A cloying fear hung over the town where I arrived after a 2-day journey. Work had halted at the mill. The inhabitants gathered in tight knots along the main street. At the police office, the sheriff of Sussex County was talking with the district coroner. Varnum's body had been found that morning in the mill pond, borne like the animal corpses on the flood of the Penobscot. Given the circumstances of his death, I chose to edit my statement. The events of that night seemed too fantastic to be believed. Accordingly, I reported that I had heard Varnum screaming in the underbrush as he ran toward the river, and that he had apparently tumbled down the bank in his frenzy and drowned. The officials received my statement with no sign of disbelief. We walked to the local undertaking parlor to view the corpse. Although in the water for only 36 hours, the body was badly mangled from snagging on obstacles in the Penobscot. However, it was unmistakably Varnum, but with the remains of his face twisted into an uncannily ironic smile, a true risus sardonicus. The areas of unscratched flesh were covered with numerous reddish wheals and puckers. The coroner saw me stiffen at the sight of the marks. He tapped the cold flesh with his pencil. "Bee stings," he said. "He must have tramped down on a bee nest and run from them down the bank into the river." His tone was that of a man disbelieving his own diagnosis. I nodded my head in false agreement, for I had seen such marks once in Alexandria. They were unmistakably the first tokens of smallpox. On the following morning, I ended my stay in Dunstable, not wishing to remain for the funeral of a man who had perished in such a loathsome manner before my eyes. As I sat in the passenger coach, lurching southward toward Boston and civilization, I mused over the events at the burial ground as if they were dreams remembered from the delirium of an illness. But they were real enough, as real as the pictographs in the baggage car, recording the extinction of the tribe and the curse on the Varnum house. Thinking of this, I wondered who would believe me if I ever let it be known that on the morning after Varnum's death, while collecting the rolls at the burial ground, I saw at the very bottom of the open grave a faint area of bone-coloured powder outlining the form of a man, and knew that after 3 centuries, Porquetogue of the Massaquoits had come to rest. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member
by clicking the Join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,